I am.
Red light.
All right, there we go. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this regular meeting of the City Council of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, and thank you so much for being here. If you are able to please mute or silence your phones for this evening's proceedings, that would be appreciated. Please join us in an invocation with Pastor Dave. Last name pronunciation?
Pastor Dave.
Pastor Dave is great. From Wright Baptist Church, and then if you're able, please stay standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's go ahead and pray together. Let's bow our heads. Almighty God, Heavenly Father, we come to you and we do give you thanks here in this place this evening, Lord. We give you praise for your mighty works, for the privilege to live here in this beautiful Emerald Coast, Lord God, to work with these individuals, Lord God. And that you're loving, you're good, and you're gracious. You've created us and you sustain this place, Fort Walton Beach, Lord God. Thank you that you've given us reason, insight, and wisdom, and help us to exist in community with each other, image bearers of you. Be with this council meeting tonight and help in discussions for solutions, for brainstorming that might be profitable and good. There'll be different opinions on this and that, Lord, but I pray that it be better. And not through our own strength, but through your power, you could bring solutions to mind, epiphanies, ideas for things, Lord God. We ask you to help people to engage in a good way. Psalm 33:11. We know you're good. Your plans stand forever. We ask for your blessing on results of this meeting, Lord God. We ask for your insight that we can't even see in advance. We thank you for your unfailing love. Psalm 33 tells us, Lord. We ask for blessing in this service, this evening, together in this convocation, Lord God. Be with each one. Praise the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone, for that. And council, if we can get approval of the agenda for tonight's proceedings.
Mr. Mayor, before I'd like to recommend amending the agenda, if that's okay.
Sure.
If we can put the item 11.6 up to right after public comment.
Second. Okay, well, I guess we also have one more postponement, or one more change to the agenda as well. We'll be postponing item 11.3 to the February 11th meeting. That's the waiver of additional water and wastewater fees at Freedom Texas. So if everyone can agree to that, we have a motion and a second. Any further comments?
No, sir.
All right, please vote. And it does pass 7-0. Which brings us to recognitions and the Student Award for Civic Excellence. Do we have Melissa Whittick with us tonight? Or I'm sorry, Allison, my bad. Allison Whittick, if you could come up here, and maybe is your family with you as well? If y'all could kind of all come up here, we're going to brag on you a little bit. All right. Allison from Choctaw High School is Choctaw's ACE Award recipient for this month of January. She has a GPA of 4.68 and is ranked 5th in her class. Allison is a student of the Honors and Advanced Placement programs. She's received academic awards including the AP Scholar with Honor and Distinction Awards, several Distinguished Young Women of Okaloosa County Awards, Indian Scholar Awards, participated in several clubs including acting as the VP of Science Honor and the historian of her class office, the Wing Crew, and the Spirit Coordinator for the National Honor Society, and many, many other things. Goodness gracious, you have a long resume. It's very impressive. Tell us about who this is with you here and your plans for after high school.
This is my mother, Anissa Whittick.
Oh yeah, if you could grab that microphone from Miss Anderson.
So this is my mother, Anissa Whittick.
Is it working?
It's all right, just quiet.
And then my father, Anthony Wittick. After high school, I plan to attend the University of Florida and majoring in physics, so I can eventually become a research astrophysicist. That's about it. I'm
Just open that up and stand there, pose for a picture with your parents in front of us tonight. I guess without us being in the picture. It's fantastic. Congratulations. I'm sure our city public information officer will share those photos with you as well. And our Fort Walton Beach ACE Award recipient, Richard Ty. Is Richard here tonight? Well, then come on up here with your family as well, so we can recognize you. Just go ahead and grab that microphone right now. You're getting a course in public speaking tonight, Richard. Richard has a weighted GPA of 4.705 and a regular GPA of 3.93, a 33 on the ACT, and a SAT score of 1420. Goodness gracious. He's also a student of the AP program in courses such as calculus, statistics, physics, and chemistry. Richard's extracurriculars include volunteering at his local library with the elderly and assisting with events at the Northwest Florida Ballet Academy, where he learned organizational and empathy skills. Previous affiliations with ROTC, where he learned discipline, leadership, and teamwork. His hobbies include art, music, animation, video games, and reading philosophy. Tell us who you have with us here tonight and your plans for after high school.
This is my mom. This is my dad. And overall, I plan on going to UF to major in biology, taking like the pre-medical course in order to really prepare for like the MCAT and further my medical career that I plan on doing.
Fantastic, man. If you'll stand here and pose for a picture with your family.
Do you have a certificate?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I did. It's a good reminder. It's yours certificate, now mine.
There.
Fantastic. It's always so great to see the young people in our community excelling and making us proud. Moving on to item 6, the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to request item 6.2 be removed and placed in a location of your choosing for further discussion.
Okay, we will remove item 6.2, the ITB 25003 sports officiating services. We will move that directly after the previously moved 11.6. So we have a motion. Do we have a second? Second by Mr. Mead. The motion from Mr. Jeter to approve the consent agenda amended by Mr. Walker. Any further comment? Seeing none, please vote. That motion does carry 7-0. That moves us on to mayor and council comments. And we start, ironically, with me. I will save mine until the end of the meeting. And we move on to Ms. DeBerry.
And I'll say mine.
Mr. Jeter. Mr. Mead. Mr. Schmidt.
Yes, Mr. Barnes, excuse me. Can you help me with some transition stuff? Where do we leave off with that discussion with the property owner, let's call it Landmark in the city, with possibly doing some soft parking?
Are you talking about there was going to be a golf cart parking lot at the corner of 98 and Harris?
Yeah, I want to say that was during the transition as we got Mr. Reeves and Mr. Peters on the way out.
We actually had fully negotiated the lease, but then the decision was made after the charter amendments passed to cancel at the last moment going forward with the lease. That's where we are. It's currently dead. I'm not sure, it's been a couple months since any communication's been made with the landlord, but I haven't seen any activity on the property, so.
Was it dead on our end or dead on the property owner's end?
I was directed by the former city manager to communicate to him that the city was breaking off negotiations.
Okay. And we may not know now, but if you could find out if there's still an appetite for the property owner, still trying to find strategic ways that we can have for parking. So don't know if there's an appetite still here on this board for that deal, because I know we were all briefed on it at some point in time. And Mr. Reeves, what you might have to add to it. But just as we discussed in more public meetings in the next couple months, some transitional things.
Okay. Yeah, and I think I would need,
And reach out to them.
since the city manager
Yeah, I'll be
or
glad to do
council
it.
vote, one or the other, tell me.
Yeah, and I was pointing towards you, Mr. Burns, because I know you were in on that, and Mr. Reeves is just transitioning in, so, awesome, thank you. So that's all I got, Mr.
And
Elliott.
if you're looking for any kind of consensus, I would certainly join you in wanting to explore that further. If anyone else would like to briefly comment.
Gotcha. Good deal.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you.
You got a majority there. Mr. Smith.
I'll wait till the end.
All right, Mr. Walker.
I was going to hold it to the end, but since Mr. Councilman Schmidt brought that, I was unaware of that pullback request by the former city manager. Are you aware of any other pullbacks or cancellations based on the 3% cap that's the voters passed?
Not related to that, no. There was another lease, next to the library, there's that library park near the murals. That had nothing to do, to my knowledge, with the amendments. There was just some difficulties in getting that hammered down over the last year, and so I would not say that was due to that.
Nicole, are you aware of any other pullbacks, cancellations, or pumping the brakes on any other spending based on the 3%? Okay, thank you. That's all I have for now, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That moves us on to public comment. So this is the time for you to come up to our lectern here and address the council on items that are not on the agenda tonight. So if you are here to speak about a specific item that we are going to be discussing, obviously you'll have your opportunity at that time to voice your opinion, and we certainly look forward to it. However, if anyone would like to make a comment on an item that is not on the agenda, Mr. Leibowitz, okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please just state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. Wayne Hostelow, 219 Beachview Drive. Addressed council twice before concerning the Monster House at 225 Beachview Drive. The last time I was here, last year, I guess, early last year, you guys have kicked around some changes or some possibilities of disturbing the peace a little more forceful than we currently have, and I was wondering if you might have an update for us, because we're not hearing anything about that.
Sure. Thank you. If Chief Beige is here, I think he's outside. And we could certainly get it directly from the chief's mouth. I think that would probably be the best way to do it, if that's fine with you, sir. Chief Beige, if you wouldn't mind just kind of addressing that, if you heard
I heard it on the speaker out there about the Monster House.
Okay. Yes, sir.
So we've gone back and forth. I think the state attorney was looking into, there's some fire code issues from Panama City or Panama City Beach. I think we looked into a little bit with Kim.
Kim was looking at that. There are, you can go that route if you want.
So that was one of the options we were exploring. The other thing, we've told residents in there that if there are overt violations of city code or law, to contact either the police department or code enforcement. So if there's parking issues, trash issues, noise issues, we can always handle the one-off until we can actually work at the underlying cause of the problem. And that's one of the things. I think council also requested a workshop on the short-term rentals and the effects of the community with the short-term rentals. So we can get that workshop scheduled. We might be able to flush out some more of the initiatives.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Burns, just could you give kind of a brief overview on rental properties like that, and then just why it's so difficult as a city or a municipality to deal with that?
Are you talking about the short-term rentals? Cities are basically preempted by statute from taking most actions against short-term rental properties. You can take some, really to the extent if they make changes to the house itself that are not in line with the zoning of the district, like if they start converting a house into a micro hotel the city has a lot more options at its disposal. Otherwise, the city's very limited. You cannot really just say there's no short-term rentals allowed throughout the entire city or in a specific zoning area. It really, if they make changes though to the house that are not in character with the neighborhood, then the city can make some changes.
I'm gonna have to respond to that. They have advertised on the internet up to 40 to 50 people at a time. This is a 5-bedroom house. This is a micro hotel. They have pool parties up to 40 people. They've got a separate carriage house that's 6 more people. So at any one time, we could have 40 to 50 people at there. And it's in the middle of a residential neighborhood. Mary Morgan, the next door neighbor, is now dead. She passed away. The last 3 years of her life, and her husband Joe suffered every weekend with yelling, screaming, cussing, and all kinds of carrying on. I've gone through the police reports that we provided. We call the cops pretty much on a regular basis. And if you read the results of that, it makes the residents who are making the complaints out to be the bad guys. And I'm sorry, but because we get upset and we say, why can't we do this? Why can't we do that? This is not what a residential neighborhood is supposed to be like. A short-term rental, no, some of our best friends have short-term rentals. They do Airbnb, that's fine. The problem is the size of this house, the parking initially was what you guys were gonna fall back on. The very next thing he did was pave his whole front yard and turn it into a parking lot so that he could park all the cars there. So he's one step ahead of you guys on everything. And I can tell you, you're not coming to our rescue like we think you should. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If anyone else would like to speak on items not on the agenda, yes, ma'am. Please just state your name and your address.
My name is Michelle Dulac. I'm at 231 Bradley Drive. I wanted to caveat on the gentleman that just spoke. That house, it is a huge problem. Regardless of the extended parking they made through the front yard, they cause problems for neighbors on either side. Across the street, they still park in the road. My understanding is that Airbnb can host 42 to 44 people. My understanding is the city's rule for occupancy is a limit of 12 people per property in residential multifamily zones, excluding children under 6. So I think 42 and 44 people kind of exceed the 12. Within that house, there's a main house, and there's like a mother-in-law suite in the back. Within the main house, there's at least 6 bedrooms with adjoining bathrooms. That was done after the house was sold. How does that meet like anything within that residential area? There's a pool back there. When they have Airbnb folks come in, it'll be college kids. There have been buses in that parking lot with college kids. They cause all kinds of problems. And you guys, I know you get the information about the 911 calls. There's a gentleman that lives to the left, and he got in trouble for an altercation. He's an older gentleman that the owner, I feel, is provoking. And I feel that you guys are failing to address the situation. It's crap. Y'all need to do something about it.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Schmidt.
Which brings me to a question. What legally can we do moving forward?
We could file, I mean, if the council wanted to file a lawsuit to enjoin the behavior, that's always an option. And if that's something you want to consider.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get an appetite of, because last year, yeah, go ahead.
The only thing I'd say is, I would say we would come back at the next meeting with a prepared complaint or something for you to review to approve at that point in time. So it'd be a couple weeks.
Mr. Mead.
That's what I'd like to see is next meeting have this as an agenda item. we've heard it, we've talked about it. It seems as if we have code enforcement mechanisms to do it, and instead of catching code enforcement off guard, I'd like to have code enforcement have a presentation for us at the next meeting to tell us why buses and paved front yards and everything else, why, if it does comply with our codes, and if it doesn't, then what are they doing to enforce our current codes?
Mr. Burns, would that be enough time for you to prepare as well a potential complaint?
Yeah, 2 weeks would be enough at least to draft it. We could also do that concurrently with the code enforcement coming in to get it. And so we won't hold that up if that's your desire. We can dual track it.
Mr. Schmidt?
I'm good with that, and if there's an appetite for others, I'd like to do that as well.
May I add something, please?
Yes, ma'am.
So they also advertise it as a venue for weddings and stuff like that. So there's possibility, not just of the people that are staying there, but extra people on the property that will exceed the 42 plus stayers. Thanks for your time, appreciate that.
Mr. Walker?
Chief Page. Chief Bay, yeah, I'm in concurrence with all of that. It just, I know it seems we spoke about fines to the homeowner for, disturbing the peace, noise violation, officer shows up there, hears it, determines it's true, writes a ticket. Is it to the homeowner? Is it to the individual that's there? It seems like we bumped across that some time ago, maybe on
we have brushed this issue in the past. So civil citations can be related to an actual person. So if there are people violating the code at the time, we grant them a civil citation. The traditional code enforcement case that Chris Fassetti works with his personnel are through notices. So notice case is generally written to the property, and notice cases are where get you the running fines. A civil citation is like a parking ticket. It's a one-time fee, and once you pay the fee or contest the citation, it is done with.
Thank you. Mr. Fassetti, can you chat for a minute? Thank you. So, letter comes from your department. Do you send them for noise violations, repeated noise violations?
Yes, sir. We actually, following the last time that we had a lot of citizens here at council, we did follow up on it. We did open a code enforcement case on the property. The driveway and a lot of work on the property, but the pavers and all were unpermitted, so we've cited them for unpermitted work. We've also looked at the occupancy. We did see the venue information about the different event venue space and the number of people that could be on the property. So we've been working with it. I would need to check with my staff to see what the latest status of that case is, but we did open a case on this property owner and have been in contact with the owner to try and get it in compliance and stop it. But I would need to check with my staff.
So the short-term rental issues, I know it's been difficult for the state and the counties and everybody to deal with it, but when we start having venues in a residential neighborhood, that falls into commercial activity, right?
Yes, and they showed some rental boat slips or spaces in the back that were like commercial activity. So we were trying to go after those type of commercial uses that were the short-term rentals on the property specifically.
Great, thank you. Look forward to the presentation. Thank you.
We'll get together.
And if necessary, if this comes in the fire codes, obviously, if you bring in the fire department for the next meeting as well.
Yes, absolutely.
Anyone else in the public wish to speak on an item not on the agenda? Yes, sir, if you've been waiting patiently.
Thank you. My name is Ruddock Williams. I'm a resident of 251 Beachview Drive, near this location, practicing physician here in town. I believe I understood you to say that there's a difference between a short-term rental and a micro hotel.
That's correct.
All right. This is a micro hotel. The people who are renting it out don't live there. It's strictly rented out. It's not like a bed and breakfast where someone's renting out a bedroom. It's 100% rented, multiple people. What's the definition of a hotel?
It's going to be whatever's the opposite of a single-family residence if it's in a single-family residential neighborhood. So I think if it's what you're saying is true.
It's clearly a commercial operation in a residential neighborhood, and it's a nuisance. And you've had multiple complaints. It's time for people to stand up and call a spade a spade. This is a nuisance. It's a commercial operation right in the middle of a residential neighborhood. It's obstructing traffic. There's no excuse for this not to be shut down. It's okay to rent one room in your home if you're renting a B&B. It's a different thing to rent to 45 people. That's a hotel. You should be able to simply shut it down.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Just briefly, before we call on more members of the public, again, we are going to put this on the February 11th agenda as an actual agenda item. So regardless, you're certainly welcome to speak tonight, but regardless of that, it would be wonderful for each and every one of you that does have these complaints about this, that has documented evidence, that said, I've contacted the police department, or I've taken these photos, or I've gone through this process, to reach out and email this council so that we have that as well. So that when we come to this meeting, we're all on the same page, we all have all the information, and then we'll have our code enforcement, our police department, and our fire department here so that we can hopefully move forward with some sort of substantive action to actually address this in a very correct way. So,
And just to be direct, so at next meeting, we're also having in parallel him drafting that complaint that we're also going to, all right, just want to make sure that's stuck.
Anyone else from the public wish to speak? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I live on Beachview as well, right down the street from the hotel.
What's your name, ma'am?
Motel. My name is Sherry Jackson. I live right across the street from Wayne, so I can see the blue house. And numerous times there's been buses, as I've said, that bring people in, they unload, leave. One of the biggest complaints that I had was when the motorcycle group came. There were 7 or 8 motorcycles that were there, probably more, and you know how loud a motorcycle is, but imagine 7 or 8 of them. And as Wayne said, the couple that lived next door, they were in their 90s, and they had to hear that. I have to hear it. The other thing is the traffic. You know, we've got so many cars that go up and down our street. We'd like to have speed breakers in there. We've got kids, we've got dogs, we walk down the street. It's not just that house, but there's other houses that, you know, we've got speeders or people that are cutting through. So that's another thing that we would like to see addressed, other than the big hotel that we have.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, y'all are probably pretty familiar with me. I'm Mary Ann Welch. I live at 252 Beachview. And I'm pretty vocal about my neighborhood. I have pictures of them unloading a Greyhound bus at the Blue House. 40, 50 people just straight
On numerous occasions, Mary.
Yeah. I only took pictures once, but I've seen it numerous times. The gentleman who owns the house has harassed the 90-year-olds that are now deceased. He has harassed Bill Lynch, his other neighbor. If Bill is mowing his yard on Saturday and they have a wedding, they come and tell him to stop because he's being rude. Yes. He lives there. We live in this neighborhood. Why are y'all ignoring us? I'm so tired of this. And another thing, I agree with the speed bumps. I've watched them park in the grass next to the park where they're not supposed to, but they can't read either. And kids zipping in and out, going to their Airbnbs. And somebody's going to get hit because these people lie. And I don't want to see a kid die. So thank you for your time.
Yes, ma'am. And we'll look forward to speaking to you on the 11th as well. Anyone else wish to speak on any items not on the agenda? Mr. Leibowitz.
James Leibowitz, Canterbury Circle, Fort Walton Beach. Greetings. I would say Mr. Mayor, but Mr. Pro Tem Mayor, Mr. Future Mayor, Councilmen, and candidates. I take to this podium tonight representing the Fort Walton Beach Bucks Youth Football, nonprofit youth football and cheer organization. We're happy that Mayor Reinerson has perfect attendance at our annual Battle of the Bridge game, and we look forward to you continuing that.
Yes, sir.
And to the councilmen, we're thankful for the practices that you guys have attended, and we'd like to see you at one of our practices this coming season. For the benefit of those that may not be aware, the Fort Walton Beach Bucks Youth Football was founded by Randy Walker, who was here tonight, in 2016, and we do more than play football and cheer. We teach sportsmanship and teamwork. We mentor and get academically involved with the kids in our organization. As Randy likes to say, to be a Buck is to be a student athlete and not an athlete student. In short, we use something we all love, football, to mold our youth and help shape them into positive, confident, thinking people as they progress through their childhood. Between the players and cheerleaders, we average approximately 150 children per year that play or cheer on one of our 4 teams divided by age. Now, using US.gov census numbers, that would mean that approximately 3.25% of our city's children are involved with the Bucks on any given year. And when you take into account the kids that have passed through the Bucks but are not yet 18, or the kids that are too young but attend the practices of their older siblings, roughly 9% of our city's kids either have been involved with the Bucks or are involved with the Bucks. That's quite a legacy that Randy started. My presence here tonight, though, is because our organization is in peril. Our practice site is going away. I'm talking about the Ed Brown housing project and the building that's going on there. COVID removed us from our original practice site, which was the Fort Walton Beach High School practice site. And when COVID was over, the Fort Walton Beach High School team had a new coach, and they didn't want a Little League team on their practice site. Then we went to Ed Brown, and we've known about this as far back, about the building going on that's pushing us off, as far back as 2020. We're going to be down to 1 field this year for 4 teams, and in 2026, we're projected to not have a field at all. This was known as far back as 2020, but stalemates between the Bucks and the city have prevented us from finding a future practice home. The previous city manager and Parks and Rec leader, now with the county, had told us that no fields were available without even mentioning a price for field use. He did this while hosting out-of-town soccer teams for tournaments. Now, up in Washington, they have this new administration that says they're putting America first. What we kind of like is a council that puts Fort Walton Beach first. And we do believe in you, and we're also humbled that teams from other states would want to come here and play on our fields. We just a little discouraged or disheartened that they're doing it while we're from Fort Walton Beach and we're needing a field. The Fort Walton Beach are a good organization that is good for the community. The impact that the Bucks have had on our community has only been positive. We do not cost the community any money. The city of Fort Walton Beach is better with the Fort Walton Beach Bucks being a part of the city. We do not ask for money or sponsorship. We just need help in getting a practice home, and we've been through the cities so far. Now, following me to the podium will be Randy Walker. He's the founder of the Bucks, and because we knew the meeting would be packed tonight, we didn't want to ask too many moms to come, so we had a few just write a statement that'll be read by Katie afterwards. Randy?
Thank you, Mr. Leibowitz.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank y'all for listening to me. I'm Council People. I'm Randy Walker. I've been in Fort Walton Beach since the 70s. Been coaching Little League football since '98. I started in the city coaching. We grew very slowly. It was always the same 4 teams. 2005, me and some coaches got together and started taking the kids to a tournament called the Turkey Bowl. That year it was in Destin. It bounced back and forth from Niceville and Destin. I really learned how behind Fort Walton was in youth football at that time. So I worked hard on my teams to bring my teams up to the level that the PYFA, that's the organization that we are joined to play, their players were. And then we played out-of-town teams and stuff like that. I won the Turkey Bowl in 2009 with the city kids because we started working harder with them and all that. Moved forward to that, 2015, Shalimar gave me the chance to get into the PYFA because all these years that I was going to the bowl games, I would talk to Bobby and them and go, hey, we need to join the PYFA. But he kept telling me, no, we ain't gonna do nothing like that, Randy, blah, blah, blah. So, I just kept doing what I do. And I'm not really a big politician guy, I just do what I do. So, I would go to these tournaments without any help, just they'd give me some pads and all that. And we would take these kids there, they loved it. Well, in 2015, like I said, I went to Shalimar. They doubled their teams that year in the PYFA. And me and some of the kids that followed me, I coach 10-year-old group, just to let y'all know. We go from 5 to 12, but I coach the 10-year-olds. We took the championship that year, okay, at Shalimar Black. And then Coach Tommy Johnson, he and Cornell got together and talked with me, and I got the chapter in Fort Walton. And I've been fighting ever since. That's 2016. I can sit here and stand and tell you that right now, the Fort Walton Beach Buccaneers is one of the top 5 teams in the PYFA, which has 16 organizations in the Panhandle now. 16 different cities has a team in the PYFA, and we're in the top 5. This year, my senior team lost by 1 point in the championship, and we're all in the playoffs. We need a place to call home, and Fort Walton Beach is our home, but we ain't got a place to call home. I practiced in the parking lot during COVID. We had a season that year. I don't know if a Baptist church now, but it used to be down there in Hollywood, had a lot that we got out there and practiced in. You know, so we just want to play.
Mr. Walker, is there a location, I know y'all sound like y'all have been thinking about this for a very long time, is there a spot you've identified that would make it be a good fit?
About the only spot that would really fit what we do is behind Home Depot. You know, the fields are behind Jet, they're small, they only got one large soccer field over there. And we are, like I said, we have a lot of kids that we can grow.
Well, I know we got a comprehensive fee schedule, and I'm sure Mr. Reeves and Ms. Corcoran and y'all can talk and figure out where to put you, or try to figure out what that looks like, you know. But again, comprehensive fee schedule, there's a cost to rent fields, and however the executive authority that Mr. Reeves has, or Ms. Corcoran, with the Park and Recs director, and what the ask is, because the background's very helpful, but just trying to get to what the ask is and what location and that kind of stuff. And I'm pretty confident Ms. Corcoran and Mr. Reeves and y'all's organization, we can find a place. Because we also too are trying to look for workforce housing so people can live, and that's what's encroaching on the practice field that you're having. So whether it's 225 Beachview or this, a lot of times this is our first time hearing these things, as far as since the last time we heard them. And it's good to hear these things, and I'm confident that we can make something work out. So,
well, sure. So I'll love to work with you.
And Mr. Walker, just for clarification, because I know that you kind of went through this, and you know, it's one of those things that you are very well aware of, but maybe everyone else is not well aware of. When you mentioned in the beginning that you were coaching, and before you joined the organization, you know, that has sponsored teams in different cities, you were coaching a tackle football program for youth in the city of Fort Walton Beach, meaning for the city of Fort Walton Beach.
Yes.
Meaning the city of Fort Walton Beach used to have an actual tackle football program.
Yes, sir.
That was offered by the city.
Yes, sir.
Whereas now we just have a flag football program, which is great and very successful, certainly, but I did want to impress that point upon the group here and everyone that's going to watch this, is that there used to be tackle football, sign your kids up with the city of Fort Walton Beach.
Packers, 49ers, Colts, and Raiders, right?
Yeah, that was
Vikings.
That was the 4 at first, and then they finally listened to me and we split because it was 8 to 12, and then finally they went 10 down and 11 up.
Well, I'm glad Ms. Teller brought that up, because I completely forgot that that service now is being provided by the Bucks and the Shalimar Wildcats. So, all right, thank you.
Mr. Walker.
Yes, thank you for your passion for youth athletics. We know what that does to young men and women later in life, and winning and losing, learning how to do it well. So thank you for all you do there. I had a question, because it just seems to, the PYFA, what did you say that stands for?
That's the Panhandle Youth Football Organization.
And that's a private youth athletic group.
Yes, sir.
How do you guys pay for your officials? Scorekeeping, umpires?
Referees are very expensive. They cost more than the field does. Gate and concessions.
Okay.
And donations, whatever.
No taxpayer dollars?
Huh?
No taxpayer dollars?
No taxpayer dollars will ever touch the organization, no, sir.
PYFA, how many teams would you guess are in it? And they all operate the same as far as officials?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we all 4 teams. Crestview, South Walton, and a few other areas have grown, so they have double teams.
Gotcha.
Okay, so they have 8 instead of just 4.
Okay.
You know, plus our cheerleaders, which I didn't know about cheerleaders up until now, but they are very expensive. But my young ladies won championship this year in their playoffs, or both anyway, what do you want to call it?
Do y'all sell sponsorships?
Huh?
Do y'all sell sponsorships?
Yes, sir. We
Okay,
always,
all private funds?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. It's the only question I have. Thanks again for your commitment to the youth in our community.
No problem, sir.
Mr. Berry.
I'm very familiar with it. Back in the 70s, I started the cheerleading team, the Colts, black and white, bib, handmade. We made our own pom-poms. I think Coach Hayden was there. There was many of the coaches from the high schools that were there. And I'm so glad you continue with that. I appreciate it. And I certainly hope you can get the soccer fields over there. And I believe there was something that we were thinking about building something there, and because you can check on the
It was a library study.
Was that what that was?
Yes.
Yeah, and we could not do anything other than keep it as an athletic field, if I remember correctly. If you would check.
That's Ms. Scott that looked at that.
On Sullivan Street and right beside Home Depot. Thank you for your service. I
Thank y'all for
appreciate it.
listening.
Thank you, ma'am. And Coach Walker, I know you guys do have one more representative as well to speak here tonight, but I would also like to say, I know that, I've had interactions with you in the past as well, as my oldest son did play 1 year with you guys over there, ultimately decided that baseball was more of his thing, rather than, he's not such a tough guy. He found that out pretty quick. But I will tell you, I was very, very impressed when Mr. Leibowitz said earlier that it's not just about football.
It's not.
It's about the kids' lives. You guys do a great job with that, so thank you, sir. And you guys have one more person that wished to speak tonight? Yes, ma'am, what is your name?
Katie Grimble. Hi.
Thanks for being here.
I'm a mom of one of the kids I also help out. My name is Katie Grimble. I'm here to speak on how our local Little League football team has positively impacted my 8-year-old son. When my son first joined the team, he was a little bit shy and unsure of himself. Being a part of the team has helped him in so many ways. Not only has it built his confidence through learning new skills, but he has developed a sense of discipline and teamwork. Whether it's running drills, working with his teammates, or supporting each other in the field, he has learned the importance of the efforts of perseverance. More importantly, he has learned physical skills, friendships he's formed that are invaluable. The support from both coaches and players has given him a sense of belonging, something that every child needs. His self-esteem has grown. He has a chance to contribute to something bigger than himself, and it's clear to me that the experiences are shaping him to be more confident and a responsible young person. I truly believe that sports, especially youth programs like this one, offer a positive and productive outlet for our kids. They provide structure, teach important life lessons, and foster a strong sense of community. I'm grateful that my son has the opportunity to be a part of this team, and I hope that we continue to support these kind of programs in our future.
Thank you, ma'am.
I have one more.
Oh, yeah, go
From
ahead.
another mom. Sorry, this is a longer one. To whom may concern. As a longtime resident of the city of Fort Walton Beach, I have watched this community demise from one that was centered around family and programs that promoted the success of our youth, to one where the themes are most non-existent. Youth sports program in particular were a heavy part of this community, where children could learn the fundamentals of sports, learn discipline, and create bonds that may have otherwise not been encountered. This is one of many reasons I wanted to raise my family here. I wanted my own children to have the experiences that I had growing up. But I now realize that those type of programs no longer exist, or at least that was until my son joined the Fort Walton Beach Buccaneers. My son has always been naturally athletic. He struggled socially, and school proven to be challenging, both academically and emotionally. My husband and I considered various programs in the community in an effort to keep him involved and find a way for him to channel his anger, but they were very few that met his needs. That was until we met Coach Randy Walker. He assured us that the Buccaneers would be a perfect fit for his son, and the rest is history. The Buccaneers have been a blessing to our family, both on and off the field. My son has came into his own and has made friendships that go well beyond the football season. When he was struggling in school, his coaches took it upon himself to start a tutoring program that would benefit all the kids associated with the organization. When he got in trouble at home or school, They provided tough love. When my son was playing other sports, the coaches showed support by coming to his games. They have shown us time and time again that is bigger than football. We are truly a family. I say all this to say the Fort Walton Beach Buccaneers are an asset to this community. This organization has been making a difference in the lives of children, all while working with little to no resources from the community and or very little support. For some of these kids, this organization has been the only positive thing in their lives. In the few years that my son has been a part of this organization, I have watched Coach Randy ask for sponsorships so our children can have things that they need to be successful, continuously being shot down. We have been participating on barter fields where parents had to sit in their cars due to limited seating. All the teams had to practice on one field with limited space, no access to bathrooms, equipment. Going into the seasons, we have no field to practice on. Nothing to call our own. It saddens me that when we play other teams, we are looked at as the unprivileged kids who have nothing. I believe our kids deserve better, and they should have a community that supports their efforts. As parents, we do all we can to support the organization, but we can only do so much. These kids can be doing a million things wrong, but instead they're trying to do something positive. It is my sincere hopes that the City Council will consider helping our youth and efforts to strive for something better. Your support would mean the world to these kids. Thank you in advance, Sophia Lindsay.
Thank you, Ms. Lindsay.
Mr. Schmidt, real quick.
Just for the record, I know the posture's kind of been like as if the council doesn't want to, but that organization's used the current fields for quite a bit, correct?
Yes, sir.
And has there been a cost to that?
No, sir.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that we all there's a good working relationship.
The housing.
Mr. Coach, could you step up?
I'm not used to this. The housing's been very good to us. I mean, with that field, when we finally got a hold of it, but it's been there for 50 years, and of course it's going away now since we got it. So.
That's right.
But
Just
we
wanted
got
to.
one more year, but after that, I can't promise anything.
Thank you, sir.
And certainly that was the Eleanor Johnson Youth Center and Mr. Todd Gatlin were instrumental in providing that relationship. But I think what I'm hearing at least is that, okay, Mr. Reeves will be in contact with you guys if you guys need to get his information, email, anything like that. We can certainly get that to you.
We'll reach out to you, and if you, I'm sure we have your information, but we'll get in touch with you. Ms. Corcoran will reach out to you. We'll try to figure something out. Yeah, we'll direct it.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the public that wishes to speak on an item that is not on the agenda tonight? Going once, going twice. All right, we will move on to item 11.6, which was moved on this agenda, the mooring field discussion. Who said mooring was boring? You guys are all here tonight. Mr. Burns.
Well, my report's pretty boring, but so the genesis of this report was actually the early October CRA board meeting. Mrs. Kopp was directed at that point in time to look into mooring fields, and I had actually done all the work back in 2016 for Destin when they decided not to do a mooring field, but I had done the background legal work on it, so I took charge of it. My memo just kind of gives a basic overview to kind of give you an idea of the enormous regulatory hurdles you have to kind of cross on one end. Also kind of lists the various facilities that you would have to have for a mooring field on the upland portion of the mooring field. Not only would you have to have parking, restroom, and shower facilities, I actually forgot to put the bullet point in there. It says you do have to have a laundry facility as well. And so, but I did admit that. You have to have pump out services. That might not be a big deal because I think most of the city docks, or at least the landing, does have a pump out. But you have to have a dinghy dock. You also would have to have a harbor master and someone else 24/7, but at least a harbor master in charge of the mooring field. And then I go into the various costs and estimated costs in here, very kind of low level estimates, but just to let you know, like the mooring buoys themselves cost anywhere between $8,000 to $10,000 a piece. And you can put up to 100 mooring buoys in a mooring field, so that's about the largest it can get. I'm not exactly sure what the request to Ms. Kopp was. I'm not sure she was either. We just kind of wanted to give you all the basic legal overview. Ultimately, if y'all do decide you're interested in a mooring field, I do want to cover what the limitations are. They're not a solution to derelict vessels because while if someone does park a derelict vessel in a mooring field, it can be removed immediately by the harbor master. They are very small in the ultimate scheme of things on the geographical scope. And so, I kind of like, I think Chief Beige, who at one point in time worked on the derelict vessels, they're kind of like whack-a-mole. If you get rid of them in one spot, they'll pop up in another spot. They'll move to a different bayou. And so they'll just kind of keep moving, and they'll move outside the mooring field area, and you'll still kind of be stuck with the derelict vessels. It really, and that's in Destin, that's what killed it. Ultimately, they wanted to do one years ago in the harbor, thinking that it would be a solution to all their problems. When they realized the size in relation to where most of the derelict vessels were, it didn't work out. And they did revisit it 2 years later. They actually had a study commission while I was still over there, and they hired an engineer at that point in time, who then ran them through the entire process and got to really drill down the costs at that point in time. And because you do have to get an engineer, and a maritime engineer does have to, or a marine engineer does have to do all the surveys, and there's numerous surveys you have to get done for each of the regulatory bodies. And so if your goal, though, is to provide more like an amenity for tourists and people traveling through, that's really what they serve. They aren't really a good amenity if you're trying to battle any type of regulations on boats. And so while my memo focuses more on just the legal aspects, I kind of give you some more practical aspects now. Stuff that I did not include in here, and I do apologize, I found out about this after the agenda was published. I think this issue's been visited by the city, I'm not going to say numerous times, but quite a few times over the years. I know in the 2000s they were thinking about putting one potentially at the landing. I think the Great Recession occurred, and that kind of killed that. Then I think it cropped up again in the mid-2010s, ultimately resulting in 2018, I think, staff and Mr. Payne, I told him I'd call him out. Daniel Payne has some knowledge from, I don't know if he was here necessarily at the time, but he did look into it, and I think it was to maybe look into it for derelict vessels at that point in time. They realized it was actually quicker to involve Chief Beige and the police department in removing the derelict vessels. You can kind of do a combo code enforcement, police department and FWC to get rid of them. It is actually easier to do that than set up a mooring field. I think there was some interest then in 2020, and this is the stuff I emailed to you, the other materials that weren't in here. There were some folks during COVID who vacationed down in South Florida who used some mooring fields down there and really fell in love with the idea, and so that kind of generated the idea to maybe look into it again. Ultimately, I know former city manager Beatty had it on his plate towards the end of his tenure here, whether or not to approve or disapprove of hiring a maritime engineer to start the next process to kind of start working through all this. It did not move forward before he left, and so that's kind of where the city sat on it. Those are the pros and cons. Not really pros and cons. The pros and cons are for you to decide, but it's a total con if you think it's going to be good for derelict vessels. It's only a pro if you're trying to maybe increase tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. Before we get to some questions from council, I just kind of wanted to clear up as far as your understanding. I know you weren't at the meeting where we requested this information, but I believe, and someone up here can correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe that we only wanted to have this discussion to say, is this a better way to remove derelict vessels? Correct?
So that's not what I was informed. I was informed to give you all an overview of what a mooring field is and how to move forward. But that's kind of what I included in my oral report now to tell you it's not a good, it's only good if you put it in the spot where the derelict vessels are going to be, but then they're just going to move outside. Because they are, Fort Walton has a fairly large waterfront area. They'll just move outside, maybe go down to Liza Jackson. You could put another mooring field down there, but they are very expensive then to set up. So.
It seems like it. Yeah. Mr. Smith?
I believe what I recall from that October meeting was, it was a CRA meeting, and I believe the discussion was about all the phone calls and emails that we've gotten about all of the drug activity and the environmental concerns from those transient boaters that were out there off Garner's Beach, I think off of Liza Jackson and off of the landing. I don't recall anybody up here having any appetite for increasing tourism or anything like that. I think from what I do recall, we we were tasking the city attorney with finding creative ways to deal with the issue that we're having, and kind of reading this, I'm kind of along the lines with everybody here. You look at it and you say, hey, how does this solve our problem that we have? And
It won't. I can tell you right now. The easiest and quickest way of having experienced it in another city is to utilize the statutory process for getting rid of the derelict vessels. Now the problem is, if you get the homeless people that live on a boat, they'll maybe upkeep it long enough, and it might last a couple of years. Because I can tell you right now, what the FWC will do, if they have someone living on it, the first 10 times they go by, they won't do any sort of citation on it. It only, maybe if the engine stops working and they notice it's totally in disrepair, they might start to actually cite them at that point. So there are some drawbacks to it, but when you do have a city police department, they usually have the ear of the FWC. I don't know if you had to work with the FWC, Chief Page, or not when you did it, but they usually will listen more to fellow law enforcement than but when I worked in Destin, listen to the city council members. So that is really the best way to deal. And really, I don't want to say it's the only way, because you could come up maybe with some other ways to do it too. There are, you could create a special district possibly, but that's for assessment purposes, and that would require then again a referendum at this point in time. So.
Mr. Schmidt?
Yeah, definitely no interest in some of those other locations, Garner's Beach or anywhere else, to bring extra transient density. But I do have a question as far as the landing goes on that scope, with being in Intracoastal and already the commercial activity, as well as it being in that non-residential, it's a downtown land use, where Garner's Beach and other places is R1 residential district. But with those type of commercial investments that the taxpayers are making as far as redevelopment of the landing and those kind of things, would a mooring field down at the landing, be able to have some teeth in that for that type of business, or those kind of factors? And again, not talking Garner's Beach, not talking other residential locations, but with that development coming, as well as the amount of transient boats that come through the Intercoastal doing, whether it's visiting or just coming through, what is the cost roughly? You said you charged it in Destin. Roughly, what is the cost to get that engineer, to find out what the scope could be at the landing?
It would probably be around $30,000 to $40,000 to get a full comprehensive. It might be a little bit less, because I saw the numbers that the city engineer in Fort Walton, or not the city engineer, but the maritime engineer, or I guess it was a former, what's it called, Daniel, the excess services engineer that he used to have on staff. His firm, I think, was going to charge a little bit less, around 20. But I remember in Destin it was more north of 30. But it was a very comprehensive report, and it was something that would, if they would have decided to move forward, it's what could have then been used to hit the ground running from day one.
And that's kind of the reason why I asked the question, is because if we did have that information, could you put out that service, whether, you mentioned all those statutorily things, a bathhouse, laundry room. The last thing any of our staff or anybody needs to be doing is monitoring the laundry room and those kind of things. But with those requirements that are statutorily required, with that information that engineer has and gives us for a certain amount of cost, that's what I was asking, is there someone out there in the marketplace that does want to manage those things and dock master those things and keep those things safe? I don't want our staff in Park and Recs and Public Safety monitoring the laundromat. But again, if there's a service that's out there, in already it's a highly trafficked area with boats, what can we do to provide a better service to the folks that are coming into our community already, because it's the Intercoastal Waterway? That's why I asked the question on the cost for that engineer. Just curious on what that would be to get us the information, and whatever, Mr. Payne, you want to add to that.
Mr. Burns said it all. You could custom tailor a scope any way you look at it. I do believe, though, it would be design of those things, not necessarily business plan. Right? That's something we would have to come up with ourselves on that end. But I'm sure there's 100 creative ways to do things, like you said, with technology and things like that too. But what we were talking about is just specifically to satisfy those DP submerged lands guidelines for mooring boat.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Walker and then Mr. Mead.
Yeah, no appetite for it here either. I hope it dies in the water. If that pleases the council.
That's kind of the question. Mr. Mead.
I don't have any interest in the Garner's location. I know it was in the write-up, and so I can understand.
I apologize for that too. I was operating off of some oral directions from October. So.
And I'm not being critical, I'm just saying, from my perspective, I don't have any interest in Garner's. I do have interest in expanding the docking facilities and potentially some, off the dock, mooring fields or whatnot at the landing, but not at this time. I think we've got a lot of things going on, a lot of budget restrictions that we're still trying to figure out. So now definitely doesn't seem to be the time. But in the future, I would definitely like to see an expansion of our docking, but definitely not Garner's Beach from my perspective. But I would in the future like to see an expansion at the landing.
Any other questions, Ms. DeVary?
Questions is, I hate it when you do that. I want to make a comment like the others.
Well, then go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
We're not going to, okay.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not interested in mooring fields at all, period, especially with Garner Beach. You guys have already had enough trouble with the people that have been trying to, and with your drug problems and all that. Furthermore, what's wrong with what we've been doing all these many years for the people that are transient and they're local, whether they be local or transient or just weighing anchor out there in the middle of the sound like they usually do and have their little dinghy come over to the landing like they have always have done. And there's no problems with that. We haven't had any problems. Why go through the expense and the washing machine and all that other stuff and all the other costs that go along with it to have a mooring field? I'm not in favor of this at all.
Mr. Jeter.
I'll make a comment just to have consensus. Councilman Smith said it best. I think all this started from a CRA meeting, and we all received a lot of emails today, and I think a lot of us are on the same page in this room. We're trying to eliminate the derelict vessels and clean things up, and I don't know, as Councilman Mead said, I don't think that this is the right way to do it. Would we like to see some nicer boats and better docks at the landing? Absolutely, I think we all would, but I don't think, just reading some of this and seeing the, laundry service and showers that have to be upland, I think you said it best, this is maybe going to hurt us more than it's going to help us. So certainly not in favor of it. Appreciate all the emails today. Not in favor of a mooring field in any residential neighborhood. Would love to hear from all you guys going forward. I don't know if anybody else up here would, but your thoughts and concerns on how to help us clean up some of the different vessels, because it is an issue, and whether they're dumping sewage or littering or whatever, that's what we want to clean up somehow, some way. And hopefully, like we've all said up here too, what are some other ways we can explore this going forward and see if there's other ways we can clean things up without going this long, expensive route. Yes.
I would just, I would just add to that I think that what we've had here is some sort of a miscommunication, to say the least.
Just a little.
I mean, we got signs or people out front. I just don't think that we ever intended, or at least I never intended, I didn't get the intent that what we were trying to do was create any of this, buoys and laundromats and things of that nature. We're really just trying to explore other creative ways to remove the people that don't belong to be there. And that doesn't mean that any person can't belong to be on a waterway in our area. We want them free and open to everybody. What we don't want is, and I've been on council nearly 8 years, I've heard every story imaginable regarding someone walking out on their back porch to have a morning cup of coffee and seeing a gentleman relieving himself, in direct view of their backyard. Those are the kind of things that we were trying to say, hey, is this mooring field thing something that we could explore further? And it was a suggestion by our other city attorney who is not present this evening, Ms. Kopp. So again, it's just something that She said, hey, I can look into this and get you the information. The way it's been presented in this, I can certainly understand why the public would see that and then share it with a neighbor, share it with a neighbor, share it with a neighbor, and here we are with neon signs, which is beautiful, by the way. I think that's a great sign. And certainly, I think the suggestion as well that Mr. Jeter made was fantastic. I don't think I've heard anyone say tonight that we would be in favor of a mooring field in Gardeners Beach or really in any residential neighborhood. The only thing that we would even explore that in is in our own downtown landing area. However, that's, as Mr. Mead said, not something that's anything that's imminent and wasn't the intention of us wanting to get more information on the mooring field. So we just definitely do want the public to have an opportunity to speak. If you have ideas or if you have things that you can share with us regarding removing these derelict vessels, or if you'd just like to, you've prepared a great speech on mooring fields. I don't want to take your thunder away from you on that tonight. I totally understand. So one more question for Mr. Smith before we get to public comment.
I want to thank you guys for coming out. I mean, we don't get a crowd like this in our council very often, and I don't think you guys realize how much power you truly do have. And I know that this is kind of the spark that got you guys here, but I would encourage you guys to consistently open these agenda packets and look for things. You guys send us emails, we get them, we read them. It helps shape our ideas up here in what direction we do go and we don't go. So the more that you guys give us input, the more that your city's going to look like you want it to look like. And so, again, I appreciate everybody coming out here. I wanted to say this because these things usually filter out pretty darn quick after the comments. And while I got you here trapped, again, I just wanted to thank you because it really does make a big difference here. And like I said, everybody sees them. We read them. We listen to you. I know that there's some times where there's some extenuating circumstances that tie our hands at a lot of things like these short-term rentals. But trust me, we want to come in here and solve every problem that we possibly can and have a better city for you guys. And it helps the more interactive that you guys are with us to know exactly what you want to be able to make the decisions that we need to push the city in the direction that you guys want it to go. So again, thank you guys for coming out.
Agreed 1,000%. Mr. Schmidt.
Yeah, just to kind of piggyback off that, continuing to email council, whether it's this issue and letting us know, really goes a long way. Like similar to when we heard from the doctor on 225 Beachview. Now that y'all have our email addresses and some of y'all have had them, continue to let us know. Let's put the healthy pressure now on, to Mr. Jeter's point, those neglected vessels. That was the whole objective on what we got here. A gentleman in the CRA district was complaining about some of the vessels. We wanted to find some instruments how we could enforce that. There's some marina units or marine units that can enforce the neglectful and just the things that are outside of those areas that we don't want those neglected boats to be in. Keep putting pressure on us so that we can ask the due process the questions to the CEO and the police chief and the others on what are we doing in cooperation with the sheriff's office, or what are we doing to try to clean these things up, because it's really helpful knowing what's out there. So I just want to encourage y'all to keep coming back.
Thank you, sir. All right, so we'll open it for public discussion as well. We'll start with the doctor.
The only reason I didn't want to bother to read my little 90-second speech is in case there's anybody in the room that doesn't know what we're talking about. Again, I was received by almost the grapevine that this agenda that mooring field was being thought about. And my response, and I'm sorry, I would never make it in the State Department. I am not a diplomat. I call a spade a spade. I'll read my response to Faye Black, who's the one who notified me. And I said, thanks for the heads up, Faye. This certainly does impact our area, mainly because we've had liveaboards anchored along Beachview Drive near Garniers Park off and on for 2 or 3 years now. These have all been a nuisance. They've all been a pain in the derriere to the neighborhood. always filled with drug addicts, alcoholics, people who otherwise abuse the neighborhood park, dealing drugs in the park after dark, pumping out their sewage, having turds wash up on the beach and everything else, and just generally being a nuisance. We're continually having to call the cops due to disturbances caused by these little boards. And the park becomes no longer a good place for our kids and grandkids to play because these people invade in the daylight, not just after dark, high on drugs, urinating in public, leaving trash everywhere. And I personally don't think a mooring area is appropriate for a community like Fort Walton at any location. And all it does is attract more derelict boats. That's the only people that use mooring fields are people who abandon their boats. They don't use them. And the last thing is, think of the cost. You're already budget constrained now, and what I'm hearing y'all tell me is we're talking about $1 million to put in a mooring field with no payback. You know, where are you going to get the $1 million from, and how are you going to justify it? And at a place like Garner's Beach, for instance, how are these people that are going to have if you did put a mooring field in, how are they going to access their place? There is no dinghy dock. There's not even a good boat launch. The boat launch there is good for putting a john boat in. And that's it. The parking there at Garner's Beach Park is already overflowing with people parking in everybody's yards as it is now. It's a very popular place used by people not from our neighborhood, but just all over the town. And that's nice. It's a good, clean park. But we've got parking problems now. And people knocking on our doors asking, can they use our bathroom? Because your other bathroom's full. You know? So I just want to make it clear to anybody that didn't have a good picture of what's going on. This is a baby that shouldn't be born.
Thank you, Doctor. Mr. Rennie.
I'm going to amend my comments to take out a lot of the mooring references. My name is Robert Rennie. I live at 313 Kepner. I'm a director, and I'm representing the Fort Walton Yacht Club Board of Directors in the Congo this evening. Our club applauds and supports the city's efforts to clean up derelict, abandoned vessels and restore our waterways. Additionally, we support endeavors to strengthen the boating culture of Fort Walton Beach. While we are not against mooring fields in commercial areas that can logistically support them, we would not be in favor of mooring areas in residential areas. What I wanted to share with the council was the waters between Fort Walton Club and Garnia Beach have for generations been a cherished site for youth sailing lessons and small boat sailing. These waters serve as an invaluable training ground, instilling the love of sailing and fostering the skills of sailors in our community. We also regularly host national and international sailing regattas that draw participants and spectators from around the globe, bringing significant revenue to local businesses and bolstering the positive reputation of Fort Walton Beach. Since the establishment of the Fort Walton Yacht Club in 1951, the area between our club and Garnia Beach has also been used for hurricane evacuation for over 100 sail and power boats, safeguarding our community's maritime assets during severe weather events. A mooring field would significantly reduce the available space for boat owners, compromising the safety and security of our current arrangements. So in conclusion, by preserving the existing use of these waters and pursuing better enforcement of current laws with the Sheriff's Office Marine Unit, we can continue to nurture the generation of sailors supporting our local economy and ensure the safety of our community's boating assets during hurricanes. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Minnick. Mr. Minnick, and then you, sir.
That's Mike Minnick, live at 106 Wayne House Circle. I think, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, you can shorten this discussion by maybe asking for a motion to do this mooring field. And if you don't get one, then everyone will here know that it's not going to happen, and give them a little bit of relief for that at Lawrence Beach. As far as mooring fields down at the landing, I was dock master of the boat marina for 6 years and was in that business for 6 years. When the city decided that they were going to allow people to use their dock free to park transient, I was opposed to that because there's 4 or 5 marinas that are already in the area that can accommodate them. So if you're going to do a mooring field and you have to get a dock master and you have to get a boat for the dock master to go out there, you have to get an office for people to sign in. It's just a lot of money that doesn't need to be spent when there's already facilities there to do that. Now, the other portion of it is you said maybe we should hire a service. Well, the service is already there. Marinas already have a service. The boat marina's got a service, the one next to it's got service. They've got all the facilities already that you need. So I really don't see a need for that. People that are going to build a mooring field can afford it, or they can just afford it and then leave. And as a marina owner will tell you, that if they pay for rent, it takes 6 months of non-payment, if they have a lease, before you can publicly notify them that you are going to sell their boat at a public auction. So it's not really that easy. So for them to do that lease, or your dock master to do that lease, then you're just asking yourself for trouble. So what I would recommend is ask if there's a motion. I know nobody's going to make that motion. So once everyone in the room sees that it's not going to happen, and I think that the rest of the crowd maybe move forward, or a few people will come up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And while I certainly would agree with that, I do want everyone that wants the opportunity to speak to be able to speak. So, sir, you're up next.
George Goldsmith, I'm at 278 Beachview, just moved back into town. I also agree that if we would call for an immediate vote, we would know that if you really supported this or not. There does appear to be a councilman here that would like to spend some of that money to do more research that Destin has already done and proven it is not feasible, it does not solve the problem. So I think that in private, you may want to address that, councilman, that our funds that we believe should be better spent to support our city are looking at into doing research that's already been done and found failure. I would also argue that we could use that same amount of money to support these gentlemen, or the police officers that are trying to do that. I lived on North Lucid Island. They refused to enforce the parks being closed, the city accesses, and every single evening when I walked my dog, I called the Oklahoma County Sheriff's Department, told them there was someone's vagrant parked at that park. They asked me if they were breaking the law, and I said yes. They're at a public park after dark. They need to be removed. And after a while, guess what? If you get the police officers to do their jobs, and they want to do their jobs, and you support your citizens who call you about this monster house, or who call you about vagrants at a city park, if you support them, fund them some extra money. If you think you've got money to fund research, fund your police officers to support that park. I walk that park every single day. I rarely see police officers at that park. So I think that if you would do that, if you would take that same money that some councilmen want to spend on frivolous activities of research, and if they pay our police force to do that and support the residents, we would be done with this. But I also call that you make a vote so that we can all go home and know that you support us to throw this idea in the garbage. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, 252 Beachview again.
And your name, ma'am?
Marion Welch.
Thank you.
So, the biggest problem I see, and I've spoken a lot with the cops, I'm a frequent flyer on a phone, because I live across the street from the park and I see it all. But the biggest problem is that there's activity going on, they're tied up with something else, and then when they get there, the person is back on their boat, and they have no jurisdiction or ability to get on the boat. So why don't you start with that and a solution for that, and I think you'll find a larger solution for your derelict problem. And also, if Wildlife and Fisheries told me, if they pay their fines every time they dump or whatever, after a certain amount of time, their boat's taken away, their boat title's taken away. If you don't pay your fines, it just goes on indefinitely. So, you know, there's something bad about that as well.
Thank you, Ms. Wilk. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. I want to thank you, first of all, for the opportunity to speak. I did send you my letter earlier today, and I appreciate the responses that I got.
And ma'am, I'm sorry, your name? Just
Oh,
for the
sorry.
record.
Lisa Lefko. I live at 239 Greenbrier.
Thank you.
And I did send you the message earlier today, and I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I do want to maybe express my opinions because I'm representing the Emerald Coast Sailing Association. And also as a resident, and then also as a realtor. And as a representative of the Emerald Coast Sailing Association, I was compelled to write regarding this mooring field issue. ECSA offers 8 weeks of incredibly popular sailing camps with a total of 365 children and youth sailors attending every summer. Many families in the Fort Walton Beach area have had their children in these camps and are familiar with them. The lessons are staged at the Fort Walton Yacht Club, and instruction is in Cinco Bayou in small sailboats called Optimists. Opties are less than 8 feet long and are only used by youth sailors up to age 15. Part of the sailing curriculum includes sailing to Garners Beach Park, which means that small children as young as 6 years old are sailing in, around, and across the bayou to the park. In the past, powerboats have spread through the small fleet of boats with a total disregard for safety. The addition of a 100-ball mooring field will substantially narrow the navigable waterway and greatly increase the danger of speeding powerboats to the ECSA youth fleet. In the interest of safety, please vote no regarding this issue. Also, as a 14-year resident of Garners Beach, I'm also requesting a no vote. I question whether or not the issue is dire enough to warrant exploring a solution to this extent. Garners Beach Park is a popular destination for neighbors and locals for swimming, kayaking, paddleboarding, and picnicking, and a host of other activities. High bacteria counts have historically affected water quality in the bayou because the area does not flush well with tidal flows. And the potential addition of this 100 live-aboard vessels would create a hazardous environmental impact. Finally, as a realtor, I ask that you vote no regarding this issue, as Garners Beach property would be negatively impacted by this undesirable and controversial proposal. And all I wanted to do tonight was bring you maybe a greater awareness as to the issues that we were discussing as a representative in this field. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Yes, Mr. Schmidt.
What I'm hearing is they don't want a mooring field in front of Garners Beach. Some don't want it in front of anywhere. We never had an intentions to do any mooring fields in front of Garners Beach, so can we just go ahead and throw a motion out?
Again,
Call for a motion.
I will gladly accept one once we have made certain that anyone that does wish to express their opinion to our city council after coming here tonight and waiting for an hour
Fair enough.
and
Just
20 minutes, I just want them to have the opportunity. So if there are no more, we can certainly call for a motion, but yes, sir.
Okay. I was very surprised.
Yes, sir. Please just come up and state your name and
I
address.
am Kemp Norman. I have a business at 36 North Strip Parkway. Run a business, plus I have a big boat. So I thought a mooring field was a cool idea. Not so much for me, because I live here, but there's a tons of loopers and people like that sail around intercoastal that come through this way. And sometimes, you know, they find a local slip or whatever, but it's not always convenient. So all they need is like a mooring, you know, for a day or two, and groceries and that kind of thing, which is kind of cool. But you're not going to make money out of it. So it's a big expense. But what I would suggest is to expand landing, because that's one of the few pump outs that's nearby in that area. And I don't know if the pump out still works, it used to off and on. But once you get the park done, maybe expand the dock area out there, that'd be pretty cool for like a day or two for transients or whatever you're gonna call it. But as far as the homeless folks, the sailboat people, those sailboat people, they found out a few years ago that they could buy a sailboat for $500, $1,000. Thing's totally trashed, sails don't work, it might float a little bit, and they can go live on it and dinghy back and forth and get away with that, which is no big deal. But I know a lot of them were drug addicts or whatever. There used to be one that used to paddle around screaming, bloody murder in the moonlight. He was kind of whacked out. I think they found him, locked him up. But fortunately or unfortunately, the only people that have jurisdiction out there is FWC and Coast Guard. Coast Guard's not going to mess with it unless you're on fire, sinking, whatever. So FWC is restricted by Florida statutes on what they can do and how they do it. It takes a long time. But there were some words done about the past year or two where trying to speed up the process because things sit out there forever. Like that fishing boat over at Mac Valley that sat out there forever and it started sinking and they had to lift it up and then they finally got rid of it. So my suggestion to you is read Florida statutes. The main one is 327, just read through all of it. Down the .60 is the biggie. As far as the definition of derelicts, definitions of transients and navigable vessels and liveaboards and all that stuff. You got to put all that together in the right language or it doesn't mean anything. It's all going to fall apart. So, and support FWC or legislate to the state or whatever, hey, we're all for this to speed up things to clean up our cities. Because you have no jurisdiction at all for the intercoastal. So the mooring field, anyway, you're going to control who goes to the mooring field more or less. You're going to police it. But if it's one of these sailboat guys, they're not going to want to go to the mooring field. And by Florida statute, you can only anchor up so many 100 feet close to a mooring field. You can't just anchor up right next to it to use their facilities. So there's rules like that too. So be familiar with all that, and that'll help you make a better choice of what you're trying to accomplish instead of spending $1 million on something I think would be cool, but it's not necessary. It's not going to fix your problem.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Ma'am?
Hi, good evening. My name is Nikki O'Malley, longtime resident, first-time caller. I'm really here just kind of gathering some information. I do work for a local survey team, and this is in regard, obviously, to the current subject. And I have a travel tourism background. I'm just curious, is this going to generate any revenue for the county? Like, would these, everybody keeps using the word transient, so it's a complete free live aboard, empty or...
And actually, they do more, but a good point that the previous public commenter made, that you do charge money, but you don't make money. I mean, it'll operate in the red, I mean, realistically. So that's
so no.
And again, also to piggyback what you were saying, sir, but aren't the statutes that you talked about, can't the derelict boats just anchor 100 feet off of land or any other structure and
Doesn't have to be 100 feet. The only restrictions
your vessel into the water that's compromising our waters?
Hey, we really, anyone that speaks in this room has to speak into this microphone. So that's pretty much the only rule. So if she can just finish with what she's saying, and then if you'd like to clarify something that she's saying, let's do that. But
so I was just curious, there's already Florida statutes that allow you to anchor and be so many feet off of any kind of structure, and that's probably where a lot of the feces and et cetera is coming from, and obviously entering the intercoastal, which is, a major concern. So I don't know, like I said, I'm here gathering information, but wouldn't it be a better place to have all of this excrement dumped into a safe and proper location than just rather floating around where our kids are swimming and everybody's on a pontoon boat 9 months out of the year? That was my question. The statutes are out there. they know where to find, the derelict boat owners know where to find it, and they know how to loophole around it. And let's be real, it's just not derelict boat owners that are drug addicts that people keep talking about at this meeting, and rich people are drug addicts too. They hide it in a different way, but they are. So, you know, it's not just the low-class $500 sailboat owners that are bailing water out every day. It's there. I also, you know, the new marina into the channel on the island, have anybody done the data research of the ownership or leasing those slips to see what its capacity is since it opened?
Well, I mean, I know that would have to be approved, but I know that's a county situation, correct?
No, it's private.
Well, I mean, it would have to be approved by the county and by FWC.
Excuse me for
No, you're fine.
But for the city's development of information and research, I was just wondering if any of those numbers have been gathered, what's being newly constructed out there and approved and operational. I was just kind of wondering if anybody knew what was happening.
Yeah, that's what I alluded to earlier on. If by having a solicitation out there in the marketplace, we really don't know if there's any interest that somebody else wants to take on the risk and pay for that capital improvement or that service. You know what I mean? So, no, we don't. I don't have any data or any information to know what the market, because if there's not a market for someone providing that service through that commercial waterway to help clean up that environment and better enforce, because I just believe private marketplace can sometimes do things better than, you know, but in certain services than what the City Hall can do. Nothing discredited any of our staff. It's just outside of their day-to-day scope of work. That's where I was alluding to earlier on. If we had a solicitation or any type of interest in the marketplace to take burden on that cost, I would have an appetite to going through the due process.
Right.
Not paying $1 or not putting an FTE or $1 million, whatever the cost that was thrown out there to try to go down a due process to develop a marina. But long answer to your question, but that was what I was getting to.
Gotcha. That was really it. However, I can receive like the information, is it on the city website agenda? Or
So yeah, you can just go to
RFPs,
fwv.org and all of the information that we've been discussing tonight is there.
Perfect.
Yep.
Thank you so much for your time.
No problem, thank you. Mr. Jeter.
Chief Page, sounds like we're all talking about the same thing in this room. What's the one thing that we can do to help your department? Can you enforce our ordinance and that kind of stuff on the water? Just real quick,
Yeah, real quick, we've looked at it before. When Hayward was here, I think Mr. Burns would agree. When the city was created, it gave a half mile off the coastline or to the midpoint between a different jurisdiction. So on the island, we wouldn't go half mile, we'd only go to the center of the waterway. Same thing in Cinco Bayou.
So you could access them if they're...
We could.
So what's the one big thing we can do to help you do that?
The same thing like we did quality of life on the streets. You do the same thing on the water. I only have control over people that are under the Fort Walton Beach seal. So I can go to the sheriff's office, I can go to FWC, I can plead our case with them. They are good coming out. When the wintertime, we may get more reception from them. In the summertime, they tend to float more east towards Crab Island. And it's just whatever the priority is at the time. If we had control of our own personnel and we had our own way to get out there, the boat that was outside Gardner's Beach for the longest time, we would deal with the person when they came to the shore and we finally arrested the lady for drug possession. If we could get out there, we could enforce things as registration, flares, fire extinguishers, and it's just that constant pressure.
So council, as all said tonight, we welcome more feedback. We want to hear it. What's the one thing we can do to help you enforce it? You need a boat?
To be able to
So they need to email all us tomorrow, we need a boat, right?
To get out on the water, put that constant pressure.
That's the one thing that you need the most.
That's what he's been asking for the sheriff's department. That's the sheriff's.
So let's keep, all right, thank you, sir. All right. Yes, sir. Please come up.
I'll make it quick. My name's Jim Abbott. My family's been at Gardner's Beach, 261, right next to the park, next one over for since 55. So, been there a long time watching. This is a premier neighborhood in Fort Walton Beach. One of the only places you can go wave at your kids, they're safe, they're on a bike. It's a wonderful park. The only one in Fort Walton, really, you can go to. I mean, you can go out to the island, but to actually have a little kind of community beach, this is a treasure that's been there. I was a lifeguard there when I was a teenager. You don't be lifeguard there anymore. You know, the community built stand-up docks that the kids could go out and play on and jump off at this park. We usually regulated ourselves. A lot of the neighbors they put a sign up in Beachview Drive. We're proud of our neighborhood. Now, there is, you know, I've been seeing, you know, and one thing that I want to say is, this is the first time I've ever heard anybody, when you hear enough outcry from the public, that y'all respond. And you actually said, it makes a difference. You guys make a difference, and if you listen to us, who are really concerned, we would like you to be where you're at and vote for you. You know, so we have a real big neighborhood, and that they're all blow the whistle, but we want to keep our neighborhood as safe and as good. We do have a good police presence in our neighborhood. They do come regularly. But there is a boat ramp there, a little boat ramp. I would, if y'all got some extra money, maybe I would ask you to maybe go down to Gardner's Beach Park, spend some time with your family, and maybe look at that dock, that little, where you launch your boat. Because there's concrete there, it falls off. If someone brings their trailer in there, a lot of times they can drop off that little concrete, break their trailer, and it's really shallow. A little bit of dredging, and you could have a nice other park that people could use again. So that's what I would encourage. But we do have I'm not saying make it where you can put giant boats. This is a little ramp. But to do a fishing boat, to do these little small boats, I don't think it's a problem. I mean, you go down to across the beach and say goodbye and put your big boat in. If we can have boat ramps, I'm just saying, that's been a problem since I've been here, since '55. When you try and put a little boat in there, it wrecks your trailer, hurts your boat. You fall off and you can't get your car out. These are problems. If you're going to have the ramp there at all, you want to take the ramp out, fine. But if you're going to have a ramp there, it should be functional, and it shouldn't break a trailer if you use it. And it should be able to where you can put a little boat in, and you've got a boat ramp. I don't care about the, I've got a dock right there, I'm on the beach. I have no concern about people putting their boat in, other than I just think it would improve that park and make it a better facility. You know, and it is a really wonderful place. I'd encourage y'all to use it. But we do want respectful people there. So thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak? Yes, ma'am.
I know. It's been a long night. I'll make it short. I grew up here. My father ran a charter boat out of Destin. I've lived my life on the water. This is a beautiful place.
Oh, ma'am, I'm sorry, your name and...
Sherry Bowles, 917 Lighthouse Road.
Thank you, Ms. Bowles. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's
We just need
okay.
that for the
No,
record.
you're quite welcome.
Thank you.
I heard the prayer this morning, or this afternoon, about the beautiful area. I heard the pledge about, you know, liberty and justice. And then I hear about this zombie house that we can't control. And I'm hearing about the mooring fields, actually, because I was horrified to see that proposal. Not to have it at Garner's Beach, but at anywhere here. Why would we even have it at the landing? We're not going to make any money. It's going to be a lot of problems. We're going to invite transients, people that come here with their boats. They can afford to go to the marina and they can have it docked. I'm hoping that the council is here to look after our city, to keep it beautiful. Take care of the residents, because that's what we've elected you to do. And if you would like some information on mooring fields, I have a lot. I'll be glad to inundate your emails with additional information on the pros and the cons. And I was kind of worried somebody had moved in from out of town and had a big proposal they were going to put in. I've seen some of that going on. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you, Ms. Bowles.
Thank you for your time.
Would anyone else like to speak on this topic before we make a motion? Going once. Twice. Anyone outside? Council, we will entertain a motion on this item. Going once.
No motion?
So no motion means that we're not going to take any action at all.
So we have to...
So no motion in many of your cases would be a very positive thing. meaning we're not doing anything with this. We don't want it, etc. That's what no motion would mean.
Is that anywhere or just Garner's Beach?
Again, no motion would mean we're not taking any action to further explore a discussion regarding mooring fields.
Okay.
Do we have a motion on this item? Seeing none, we will move on to the next item. Thank you all very much for being here. What Councilman Smith and Councilman Schmidt said earlier regarding the feedback from the public, you're showing up and contacting us through email is very important, and I know that we all feel the same way. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. We'll give everyone a moment just to clear out here real quick. We'll take a bathroom break shortly as well. 19 minutes.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Maybe we can get through one more.
I'd like to highlight myself. I actually bought the house on Grove.
Okay. I don't blame you. Yeah, that's great though. Thanks.
Thank you.
First time y'all that sign.
Well, since the fire tax.
Nothing was happening. You want it?
All right, we're going to move on now to item 6.2, which was removed from the consent agenda by Mr. Walker. It is ITB 25003, Sports Officiating Services. Mr. Reeves, would you like to tell us about it?
Well, yeah, we had a brief discussion about this. It was on the consent agenda because staff has come to me and said that it's not going to affect. I know that one of Mr. Walker's, I spoke with him today, one of his concerns about it was that it was how it was going to affect the charter amendments, the 3%. Staff assured me that there was no 3% increase each year.
And it's on the consent because it was already approved in the fiscal year 25 budget as well. It's already budgeted for, so.
Okay, and
it's in the actual, it will go into the actual column, so hopefully will continue for many years.
And just so we're clear here, what we're talking about is sports officiating, meaning when we have youth sports here.
Exactly right.
We have referees.
Another reason why it is very important to the city is, we have a lot of children, we want to protect those people who are committed in their credentials and things like that. It's very important that we got our kids we got to look out for. So it's another reason that we got to have the real deal. One of the thoughts from some of you guys, hey, maybe they bring their own official or whatnot. But it's kind of important we have the city's sanctioned guys. So it's something we're thinking about.
Thank you, sir. Questions? Mr.
Yeah, sure. Did want to explore it. Thank you for that, Dennis and Nicole. So with it being in the budget, I think my question is, are you saying that this expense is not in the category called operations?
It is. It is also offset by revenue. I think we brought in about $56,000 in sponsorships last year, and we only spent $49,000 for these services.
Gotcha. So, but right now, without us being, as a group, aware of where we stand in our obligations and duties to the 3% cap, we don't know if other categories, other line items in the same category of operating are over budget, right? We don't know that yet. I mean, I looked again today on that ClearGov, the interactive portion of it. I only see the PDF version still, and that's back from 10 of 24.
Okay, I sent the link. Maybe you can call me and we can figure it out.
Okay, so are you saying that right now that if we go to the website and go to budget and click interactive, we will get the ClearGov interactive and we can see all these line items?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. But it is a part of operating, and we don't know if we're out of compliance. Is that fair to say with the 3%? We don't know as a total. We don't know at this point if we're in compliance.
We're working. Me and Dennis are working again on that right now.
We just started, but we're getting an idea of where we are using some of the 24 numbers, and then some of the actuals are just now coming in. So, I mean, certain things we're a little over on, certain things we're a little under on, and, you know, that's one of the things that I'm gonna brief you guys on, is that we do have some workshops planned coming up, so we can really get your direction on where we're going with this thing. And hopefully we can adhere to 99% of what the citizens passed and what they want out of the amendments. So I'll brief you on those workshops coming up in the comments.
Thank you, and I was so pleased to hear the Mr. Walker and Mr. Leibovitz come up, because I grew up playing youth athletics and love them, and as I've said, I appreciate what they do for youth and becoming adults. It's just a great trainer, as they all spoke about. But, you know, I was definitely, because I grew up in a rec center league, and we had volunteers, and there were qualifications too. So to your point there about, you know, wanting them to qualify, I didn't get a chance to ask Mr. Walker. I will follow up. I did look online for the Panhandle Youth Football Association. It's pretty darn official, and I have to believe that their officials go through some form of certification. So definitely look forward to exploring with him, because it just 49,000, 50, what is the total expense here for officiating, and was it 54,000?
We have 52,000
Ms. Corcoran.
budgeted. We have 52,000 budgeted, and we spent 49,000 last year. Our actuals.
I just know these type of expenditures, when we get down to pinching the pennies on some of these others, that whether it's in the police operation.
This is funded from sponsorship dollars.
Yeah, I don't know how that's been singled out as, you know, because it's 3% increase over last year's actual. So this one may fall in that, but we may have another one that we have to increase, whether it's insurance or that's obviously in personnel, but another operating expense that we can't keep it under 3%. And it's like, well, here we are spending $52,000 on officiating. Could it be done on a volunteer basis? Could we as an organization move towards a volunteer basis, as the private sector does on their own, without taxpayers' dollars being requested? Because
one thing that's kind of fortunate is on this very infant, we're just in the infantile kind of stages of this implementation of the 3% and the charter amendments. I find that it's going to take a little bit of time to understand where we're at and where we're going. Now, I'm just like you are. I want to see it done as quickly as possible. But one thing that wasn't included in the referendum or the amendments is some kind of penalties portion of it. So if we don't adhere exactly the very first year to, if it's 3.2% or 2.8%, and then this year, it also doesn't have anything to affect those initial revenue side. So that's still left for you guys to set some policy on how we're going to do future things. So I think really, I know you've been asking for the numbers, I've been asking for the numbers, we're working on the numbers. I think in the next week we'll really have something good, and we'll really have a good feel when we have that workshop, because I think you guys will really get an idea of some of the challenges we're up against on things that were committed long before you were on council, probably even before I was on council. Different rates for different things, different incremental contracts that the city's already been involved in. So what I've found in just the short time that I've been here is that these things are going to have to be discussed, and there's going to have to be some concessions and some leeways made. Again, thank goodness there's not a penalty portion where they say, hey, you're going to get hammered. Not that I think staff, and I definitely am while I'm here for the short time, it's going to be a big emphasis for the next guy that you guys are looking to hire, and kind of began that process today. But there are going to be items that come forward. The staff is already committed to the point where anything we just in a staff meeting decided that we would add what we felt like the 3%, how it's going to affect each item, give you guys a little bit of an idea, and in good faith on our side that we can help you make those decisions. This was just one that slipped through. A small item, we didn't think anything, because again, it's all set with some of the fees that we charge, but those things are definitely going to have there's going to be some policy issues coming forward that you guys are going to have to really help us with, because we're going to need some direction.
Well,
hate to get into this discussion.
No, and I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I know how hard you guys have been working on it over there, no doubt, and I know we're going to have to as well. But the good news, I guess, out of this is it's been budgeted in. It's not the 3%, and there's a lot of chatter out there, whether it's online or in the neighborhoods or at the kitchen tables, that the city's going to collapse and you're going to lose all sorts of things. Yeah. Here's another example of something we're not losing, right, which is youth athletic related, and I'm so pleased to see this be honored in the budget and not exceed that 3%.
I mean, you guys budgeted it last year. It's really about actuals. Anything that, like, let's just say, for instance, you said, hey, we don't want to do it this year. Ms. Corcoran can't call all the officials, they're gonna provide their own care. Let's just say you guys were swinging that way. Well, they're not gonna be able to get officials back, because based on what you actually spend here coming up. So if it doesn't go into the column where we actually are expending those funds, and by all means, you guys know that I'm a private industry guy, we would never see that on our side, but this is something that has been done very rarely. I don't even know that we can find cases where we're trying to, how did somebody else do it? So maybe one day, someone will look to Four Walls and say, hey, you know, they had a council, they had a community that said they wanted to limit the amount of spending for these expenses and for these personnel. How did they do it? And it's going to be something that I'm going to try to help represent you guys as best I can. I'm not a mathematical genius by any stretch, but with some of the staff's help, we're going to do the best we can, truthfully. And
So Tiffany,
you'll know soon.
Tiffany, that was...
Hold on one second, Mr. Jeter, I'll go back to you.
Okay, sure.
Let's
Sorry
just
to-
get everybody,
I'm sorry to get
Mr.
off track.
Jeter and then Mr. Schmidt.
Just to go back to the facts here. The sponsorships and the registrations pay for the referees.
Correct.
So it's
Our
not
teams are fully
taxpayer
sponsored.
dollars,
It's not taxpayer dollars.
because people can sponsor a team that don't even live in the city, but they're sponsoring a team, so they're sponsor money, so it could be money from outside of here.
It can be, yeah, and the sponsorship dollars that we collect pay for the officials.
Correct. That's so important. You
We're
said
just a
something-
pass through. It's kind of like some of the tournaments and things that are really successful that you guys participate in. That's something that's part of the workshop that Nicole and I have kind of discussed is how are we going to deal with some of those things that maybe fluctuate one year to another, and maybe they're not just, they're just fluid. And a lot of it is based in Parks and Rec, because those are the things that, hey, they have a big tournament, but they took in so much in fees to be involved in that tournament that there wasn't an impact there to the budget. So,
Right.
but one year it may look great and next year it may look different. So those are the types of things that policy-wise, you know, like I said, we want to hear, hey, we've all been involved in understanding what's going on these amendments. They did pass 70%. So everything in good faith we were, and I've talked to staff a little bit about it. Again, I go back and say, at least we didn't have a penalty on the backside where they say, hey, we're going to take funding away from you or something if you don't adhere exactly 3%.
Well, it's interesting you said that. If we go to 3.1, 3.2, we don't want to go there. But if there's any place we're going to go there, it's for the safety of the kids. You cannot have volunteer, if you're going to lose money, if we have volunteer umpires and referees.
Right.
Because you're going to go, it's going to cost you way more than $50,000. You're going to need 4 more police officers. Because there's going to be fights at every game. It's not even, I don't know why we're discussing
So
it.
to have these professional people involved, I think we're better off. So yeah, we're going to be fine, and it is one of the things, but appreciate Mr. Walker bringing it up, because it is something that's on our mind. Every item coming forward, if we can do it, we're going to try to see how we can impact you guys from a direct, hey, this is going to be impacted. So you'll know, so you won't be stabbing in the dark of how's this, and you'll have to ask every time. So it is something we're very conscious of and we're working on.
Mr. Schmidt?
To start off with a question, what is this period performance for the officiating services?
What is it?
About a year? About a year's worth
Yeah,
of services?
I think it's an annual PO.
So it's an annual payout. So where I was, you know, I think we can unpack this more in strategic planning and the workshops you just presented, things like that. But I think what I also just recently heard was 20, 30 years ago, the city was intimately involved, and rightfully so, providing youth recreation sports because there was no other shop in town.
Right.
There's no other shop in town. And we need officiating services. So take this, you know, for example, this agenda item off this for conversation is we need this, and let's move forward with officiating, because like Mr. Jeter said, we need officiating. But now moving forward in strategic planning and other workshops, when we do have to sharpen the pencil and do different things, I would like to see us through a due process, not ripping anybody's rug out underneath them, but explore over 24 months what associations that are already in our community, all sports, whether it's lacrosse, you know, whatever it is, that are already providing a service that, you know, is called youth sports. So, and not unpacking that right now, but as we look to sharpen some of the things up in the budget, that service being youth sports, still being provided, not being sacrificed, but it might not be us doing it.
Well, if nothing else, this gives us an example of some of the things that we're talking about, like in a staff meeting. This is one of the things that, you know, Mr. Walker, we don't have a problem answering the question because it's on our mind too. So we don't ever mind sharing that with you, but know that each item that comes through the city, whether it be Ms. Corcoran's area or Nicole's, we are trying to figure out that to keep that 3% in mind on each item. Because again, we don't have super hard numbers yet, but I think we're getting closer. But within the next, really within days of exactly, hey, we're about here compared to where we need to be. So in doing so, that may be impacted one way or other, but it'll come up. I'm going to keep it short tonight, but I'm going to tell you about the workshops and stuff that we've already talked about. So But yeah, this is all part of it.
Mr. Mead, before you mentioned that this was budgeted, if we continue with the budget that we passed a number of months ago, that will violate the charter amendments. Am I did our budget that we passed, would that violate?
I don't, until we look and finish the 24 actuals on it, we can see if it's above or below, but it's really in totality for that charter amendment. Just one item like sports officiating isn't going to violate something. It's going to be the totality of it. So until I can get every department and division tallied up and like figure out what the total number is, then we'll know where we have to cut or might not have to cut.
And when you think about kind of less is more, where there might have been, I mean, literally maybe $100,000 engineering position that's budgeted that we didn't spend. So you talk about this huge thing. I mean, like I said, it's a very complex.
I mean, I already have one division that is $50,000 or $60,000 over in fiscal year 24 actuals than what we budgeted. So I just got to keep going through things.
Anyone else with questions on this recreation amendment?
I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to.
Anybody? Yeah, I got you. I was going to wait.
Mr. Berry, did you? I'm sorry.
Well, excuse me. Is there any way you can go back and look, like the 23, 24?
That's what I'm doing. That's what we're talking about.
That's what you're talking about. Or even further on back than that. I know prices increase over the years and all that, but you can see how much they're increasing, what's the percentage.
Right, that's how we budget normally.
Yeah, that's what I would like to see.
Okay, that's what we do.
The thought process, at least since I got here yesterday, has been a baseline of 24.
Yeah.
Let's kind of conservatively there so that we don't start trying to figure out what's going on right now.
Because that's what I've been looking at. I've been looking at the,
We're all interested in how this year's going, but I think that so that we can get a clearer picture, we got to really look at 24, and that's what Nicole and I have talked
As we were
about.
directed by council.
What we're going to base some of our guidance for you guys moving forward,
Yeah.
So that hopefully we're all getting on the right track and meeting what they need. And again, it's hard to come down to just like a little officiating thing like this that, like Ms. Corcoran says, is offset by revenues that we take, that sponsorships we take in. So it's really bigger things than that. This is really minor, but it will, even this will affect how the 3% is going to be affected moving forward.
Mr. Walker.
Thank you, and I just...
Did you ever, I'm sorry, Travis.
You want
No,
to
no. Good. I'm ready to vote.
So am I, but I just appreciate this opportunity because I know that they and we all have big understandings to be applied. And so, Ms. Corcoran, thank you for that information. Are you saying last year's expenditures, you mentioned revenue, so I'm listening closely. You mentioned revenues, but the charter amendment is based on expenditures. Were the services last year for these services 49,000?
Correct.
Okay, but then I also want to say that we as a group, if this would have come in at 62,000, 79,000, it's kind of irrelevant to your point. It's a big picture. We could approve this one item if we decided that it was a priority that we need and we don't need to make another move to look for volunteers or anything else. We can approve this one item up to any number that we choose. It's just the totality of operations, which this is a part of, can exceed by the charter amendment 3%. So, okay, I got it. That helps me a lot. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else with a question on this? Anyone from the public wish to speak on this? Seeing none, do we have any action on this item by the council?
So moved staff's recommendation for ITV number 25-003 for sports officiating services for the city of Fort Walton Beach to playground sports officials.
Second. I have a motion by Councilman Jeter, seconded by Councilman Smith to approve ITB 25-003 for sports officiating services. Any additional comments?
Thank you, Ms. Tiffany. It really does go a long way to have referees. I have played sports at other leagues where it is volunteers, and it ends up being a scrimmage or a fight. And so to play soccer or baseball or whatever is done here, it is very, very nice to have it done professionally. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jeter. Anyone else? I do wish to make one comment on this as well, and I know it wasn't something that was said with any intention. I do think it's really important that our city provide youth sports going forward. And I think it's important that the city itself provide them. I think that's something that's as an American as you can absolutely get. I think when you grow up in a place and you can play for your city's rec league team or your city's baseball team, whatever that is, when we're talking about let's bring it back to the old days and let's all those things, playing youth sports in a rec league in your city is huge, man. That's why we're a city. Otherwise, we can just go wherever and do whatever. So I think that's really important. And funding these referees, I couldn't agree more with Councilman Jeter, but I didn't get my opportunity really to speak during that thing, so I wanted to add those points as well. Go ahead, Mr. Walker.
Yeah, and thank you. I love these conversations, and I get to express my thought about government operations as you did. We have different opinions. I think to have government employees being paid by taxpayers, ultimately, if there's a loss, it's made up by taxpayers' money. But I think, like I've expressed last meeting on the golf course, that to have government employees running a golf course is out of my libertarian comfort level, and it's the same here. We've got a beautiful facility over there. We've got beautiful grounds, and to have a third-party entity that might manage that for us without government employees is where my libertarian soul is placed, and I'll continue to look for opportunities to address government operations with those thoughts in mind. So thank you for bringing that up, Mr. Allegretti.
And just before I would like to respond to that, in no way was I referring to the golf course in any way at all. 100% youth sports, growing up in an area, playing for your city's team. No reference to the golf course. Mr. Schmidt.
Yeah, so tonight my son's playing at a City League basketball game, but for baseball, logistical reasons, we don't play for the city sports because they're not all at one location. So what that does to families that have more than one kid, you might be behind City Hall, you might be at Ferry Park, and you might be at the rec center. So I know you didn't intend to call me un-American, but I feel American, and my kids still play in associations that aren't through the city league. For sure. You know what I mean? And it's because of logistics things. And I hope our staff, and I hope we can get it logistically covered where baseball is at one rec center so that I can be more American and play for the city. But with all seriousness, I just want to make sure for the record that there was, because I made the comment, never intending of not having an environment for youth sports. We got to have youth sports. Just as we discovered the expense side of the house. We talked about today the revenue for the sponsorships covering the expenses of the officiating. But we haven't really, and rightfully so, over principle, we haven't captured the whole cost of what it takes to do all of that programming of 10 under, 8 under, 12 under from a cost perspective. So I bring that up to not say we don't need youth sports in the community or in the city. I just want to make sure that was clear. It's how we're providing youth sports and still being an American.
For sure, for sure. Mr.
Sorry. Thank you very much. We've got a great Parks and Rec department. I appreciate you pushing the referees. It's part of what makes our youth program so great. It is vital, and thank you. And speaking of youth sports, my daughter has her last soccer game tonight, and I hope she does well. It's a good thing to do, good thing to be. So thank you, Ms. Tiffany, for doing it. Thank you,
Mr. Berry.
I'm old enough to be your moms. My children and their friends. We didn't have all this tournament from outside. We just had our local people here. My children and their friends, this helped make them what they are, and they're very successful people. Let me tell you. And I started I handmade those cheerleading outfits. As a single parent, I cooked. I don't know how I did it. I can't say how much I appreciate what you guys do for our children. And not just this, I'm not talking about the tournaments that we paid to come in from all over the country. Like the football team, the Buccaneers. I go to their games. I don't have anyone playing there. But I loved seeing them. And it helps these children, their self-esteem. Even those that don't have any money, that are just getting skating by, they are there. This is what they need. This is what they learn: discipline and sportsmanship. And I thank you guys for doing that and continuing to support this.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate you, Mr. Berry. Anyone else with a comment on this? Seeing none, please, oh, Mr.
I would
Taylor.
just like to, do you still have all those cheerleading outfits?
I don't have all of it, but I have pictures.
I want to bring pictures, seriously.
I'll have to dig them out.
Careful what you ask for.
No, I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding. It's hard for me to let go of this. I'm trying to clean out my house and all that.
My mother has heard you say that another time, and she told me a story about how she made her own prom dress one time. So I really was being serious.
Well, Gene Peters, he knows, and his wife, she's a teacher. Nancy Reynolds, where are you? She didn't sew. Nancy didn't sew, but she was, but I mean, this is what we did. We didn't have the money. We didn't have Costco or Sam's or Amazon, eBay, and all that stuff. We didn't have that. We had our skills and our what little bit of time, and we worked together, and we made it happen.
You're a great American, Mr. Barry.
Well, I know I am, but this is what I'm trying to say. This is what I'm sharing with you guys. This is what I'm sharing. This is what you have to perpetuate, not just this all big tournament stuff that goes on behind my house, as you guys well know, but the Buccaneers and I want them to have that soccer field over there to play because it's just sitting there empty. That's my neighborhood over there. It's sitting there empty. And because I can't remember, we couldn't tear it down to build something else because of the ordinance or whatever we agreed with Oakland Heights, and I'm so glad that came through, that they can still play there. But it sits empty. Why can't we have the Buccaneers over there playing? This is what I ask you.
I think it's headed in that direction. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and I'll be over there. I'll help them. By golly, I will. Whether I'm sitting here or there, it's that important to our children.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. All right, I think we've all had an opportunity to speak. Let's now vote. And the motion does pass 7-0. Unfortunately, we will now take a 10-minute recess so everyone may stretch their legs, and we will reconvene at roughly 8:20.
Yeah, I would be happy.
All right, let's reconvene this regular meeting of the Fort Walton Beach City Council. We are now moving on to item 9.1, ordinances on second reading. Mr. Burns.
Ordinance number 2167, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, providing authority, creating section 9.13 of the Code of Ordinances, titled Control of Access to City Facilities, Facility Rules, Trespass Warnings, and Criminal Penalties, creating section 9.14 of the Code of Ordinances, titled Appeals of Trespass Warnings, creating section 9.15 of the Code of Ordinances, titled Duration of Trespass Warnings issued for violation of city ordinance, providing for severability, providing effective date. We're here on second reading, and I think Chief Page will go through the changes that have been made since the first. I don't think we need to go back through the whole, all the testimony, first readings on it, so we can kind of just cover the changes that have been made.
Go ahead, Chief
Mayor
Page.
Pro Tem, Council, as the City Attorney said, to start off with two important things over the whereas. Sheets versus the City of Ponta Gorda is the founding case where all this is being tried through the court system. And Mr. Burns will tell you that case has now been referenced in several other cases going forward. And Carton versus the City of St. Pete is the case that really outlines the trespass appeal process at the end of the ordinance. So those are in the whereas, so I just wanted to point those out real quick. The changes that were made was in the first part of the definitions right there in 913.01. If you read the definition of city facilities right now on the third line, it says the term city facilities expressly excludes any and all parking lots, golf courses, recreation centers, civic centers, parks, right-of-ways, sporting fields, senior centers, libraries, and museums, except for administrative offices or employee-only areas located within these excluded facilities. That took care of the council comment that was asked about if somebody was to go to a recreational, out on a golf course. So any type of place where people would gather for recreational activities has been excluded from the definition of city facility. If you look into 913.02 in section B, this is where the first time, it's mentioned several times after this, we reduce the manager's discretion, and it says city council resolution. So when we talk about areas that will be designated, about rules that would come forth, it will be done by resolution instead of the city manager. By doing it by resolution, it will come back to city council. City council will have the final approval on it. And if we need to make a change to something, it is easily changed because it's a resolution on the ordinance, so we don't have to have two readings. We can come back at a single council meeting and pass a new resolution and make a change to the existing ordinance enforcement. You can see that if you go to the next, in that same section, letter G, we kind of flush out the areas, all city staff work areas within City Hall, which are designated by the appropriate signage and work areas should be considered non-public forums, and members of the public are prohibited from entering staff work areas without being escorted by a staff member. Those would be the back office spaces. So we clarified what areas, because that was one of the questions that was asked before, and actually what areas. So we clarified that. And then we also go into, there was a question that came in, a comment that was sent by the city clerk that asked about the city council chambers. That's covered in section I, except that the city council chambers, conference rooms, or other locations in which public meetings are being conducted pursuant to public notice, it shall be unlawful for any, or should be unlawful for it. It should be unlawful and a violation of this ordinance to proceed with video recording, audio recording within city facilities without the consent of all persons or images. The ordinance explicitly excludes the city council chambers or any place that a duly publicized public meeting is being held. Because that was one question we got from a citizen. The other question, and it wasn't really brought up, but it was alluded to, you can still film law enforcement activities. So law enforcement activities would be exempt from here. So if law enforcement was to take law enforcement action, you have a right to record law enforcement activities. That is outside the scope of this ordinance, which talks about the daily administrative operations of general city employees. Recording of law enforcement was actually just a new law was passed last legislative session that dealt with it, 84331, the HALO Act, which as long as if you're outside 25 feet, you can record law enforcement. If you come within 25 feet, law enforcement can warn you to back up to the 25-foot mark if you're going to record them, so you don't interfere with law enforcement activities. 91303 has a list of city rules that would be posted. These are the rules that have been adjudicated in Ponte Gorda and other court cases to be non-discriminatory and not violating any constitutional rights. And then if you go to 914, that talks about the appeal process. If you were to get a trespass warning, you can appeal it by filing an appeal with the city clerk or the police department. And then within 7 to 45 days, you come in front of the special magistrate. If the trespass warning is upheld, you would then have a 1-year trespass warning from any area that was not considered a public forum, such as a city council meeting. I think those were the highlights, and Mr. Burns worked on this with me to kind of clean it up a little bit and add a little bit more council oversight to the ordinance.
And Chief covered all of it. I actually added an additional mention on the city council chambers because towards the start on city facilities as well. I said additionally, city council chambers are excluded from the definition of city facilities when used for public meetings, including but not limited to city council meetings, city council workshops, local planning agency meetings, code enforcement board meetings, and special magistrate hearings. That's in addition to all the numerous other citations made in there, because it needs to be really drilled down that this will not prevent members of the public, if they all wanted to pull their phones out right now, they can start filming us, because I don't think that would be all's intent.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chief Beige. Questions? Mr. Schmidt?
At first you think, or I think of during recording it being more video. But defining recording in this case, is that audio as well?
I believe in the ordinance is audio and video recording in the city.
Okay. And where I'm kind of struggling with, and maybe you could help on the legal front, is if let's take growth management for an example, and someone wanted to go in there and ask growth management's permission, hey, can I record this audio, hour-long conversation, just, would the staff be in a position of saying, hey, I would be breaking the law by allowing you to record an audio?
The ordinance talks about getting consent from the people within the room. So if you got consent from whoever was in growth management, or the city manager can authorize you to bring a recording device in and record. It's just absent of the consent, the way the ordinance is written, then you'd be in violation of the ordinance. But if you ask for consent ahead of time and receive that consent, then you could audio or video record.
Gotcha. So that clears it up, because I don't want to put staff in a position where they might have a customer service approach of allowing that person to audio, and now there's devices out where you can record through artificial intelligence, and it puts out a whole bunch of bullet point notes of the meeting and those kind of things, which are very effective. Again, so growth management example, if someone's going in there and having a staff level meeting, where do we cut off the definition of recording? But it sounds like with their permission, or with now does that director or does that employee have to get like supervisor's permission, or can that
The way the ordinance is written now, it just says consent from people within the room.
Okay.
So whoever was in that room would agree with the consent.
Okay, thank you.
It would need to be everybody, if it's more than one person.
Mr. Berry?
Yes, I had a couple of emails and also speaking face-to-face to residents of Fort Walton who view our meetings here that is televised, I guess, on our website or Facebook or whatever. Okay, and they said they were not able to record the meetings.
So they were not able to screen record the meetings if they were watching them on YouTube? This would have nothing to do with screen recording something on YouTube or any other social media platform.
They said, I'm repeating what they said, is that they were able to do it before, but they've been cut off now.
We can find out and ask our IT staff why that may be, but there would be nothing in this ordinance that would prevent you from re-recording something if it was out there in the public domain.
Okay, so what should I reply to them, to have them check with IT or check with the city clerk or city manager?
Tell them to call me and I'll figure out exactly what they're trying to do,
okay,
why it's not working.
Okay.
I would love for them to email council. I would.
You would
I
like
ser-
them to be what?
I want to understand what the people you spoke with
For them to come
told
here?
you. No, just email us, citycouncil@fwb.org.
Oh,
We can
okay.
all see. I think Mr. Oliver mentioned that earlier, and it just keeps us all on the same page.
Yeah,
I'd love to see it.
Yeah, I invited them to come here, but there's some people that will not come to the podium. But they'll watch everything on YouTube and Facebook and all that other stuff.
If she forwards it to y'all, ask as the city attorney, say, don't apply to it, please.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Because that'd be a sunshine law violation.
Last time we were here, I guess you guys said you've been working on this for like 18 months, which is quite a long time. And in the background here, it says there have been several incidents, both locally and regionally. I guess my question is locally, City of Fort Walton Beach, have we run into any of these issues before, or?
I would say locally would be more of a generalized localization. There's been several incidents in Walton County. There was recently one in the health department of Walton County that I was able to review. We've had some things here at the library, which I didn't even realize until I presented this ordinance the first time, when the librarian came up to me and said there are people that go around the library with GoPros on that try to get reactions from the librarians about different books that are in the library. Now, we excluded the library from this, and me and Mr. Burns talked a little bit about the library. And the library may enjoy some special constitutional treatment just because of the nature of what goes on in the library. So for this ordinance, we left the library out, but it is something that we may do further research on and discuss more with library staff and city staff to see, do we need to do something also for the library? But locally would not just be the city of Fort Walton Beach. About 18 months ago, we did have an incident where somebody did come to the police department and kind of camped out in our lobby. So we talked with Mr. Burns about it at the time. He researched and found out that Punta Gorda had the strongest court-tested city ordinance that addressed and balanced both the employee security, the efficiency of the city, and also respected the constitutional rights of the citizen coming to the city hall. So the reason it took 18 months was there were other issues in the time that had come up, where there was quality of life enforcement, other things that took the front chair, and this is something that would always kind of lingered in the background. And then every once in a while, Terry would send them out from risk management, where you would have somebody in the northern part of Florida do something where they tested a city, they tried to aggravate a city, they tried to push the boundaries of the city. And one of the things that this ordinance does, it develops structures and guidelines for the employees to follow, so they know what is allowable and what is not allowable, and things are no longer ambiguous, so we know exactly where we stand on issues.
It didn't take us 18 months to draft this, though, is what he's saying. We visited it every 4 or 5 months. We kind of
kept kicking down on the
And then some of it was also council
priority.
timing of agendas. We looked at agendas that were very full, and we opted to push it to a less full agenda.
I was just going to get to you. Do you have one? All right, Mr. Walker, we'll come back to you, Mr. Berry. for sure.
Right. So today I came down to meet with the recruiter to interview with him, walked into the city manager's front office there, and there, to my surprise, pleasure, whatever you want to call it, I saw a notice of expectation of privacy note posted there. I'm just going to read it for the record. All persons are hereby notified that an expectation of privacy is exhibited, expected, and required in this area of the City of Fort Walton Beach Human Resources Risk Management Department based upon either security matters involving homeland security, financial security, the integrity. Accordingly, it is prohibited to make any audio recordings, any video recordings, and I'll save you the rest of it. It does reference Florida Statute 934.03. So I'm like, well, so it looks like we already have the ability to restrict, and we've posted, that's an employee only. It says it right there on the door, employee only, and then it says this, none in this space is what it says. Whether it's constitutional or not, I don't know. I just found that interesting there, and I don't know if you'll have any comments on that. But my concerns have kind of ebbed and flowed. My concerns have kind of ebbed and flowed here. And I err just, it seems, internally to not restrict the public's ability to record audio of their public servants, public employees, no matter where it is. Now, in cases of financial information, the Homeland Security, some of those things, I can understand that, but I think last meeting we talked about Ms. Corcoran, maybe a public member coming in there speaking to her about an issue that's going on, and so I kind of spent a little bit of time there thinking about the public's right to record a meeting that they were about to have with a public servant employee. So spent a little bit of time there, but then I've just here lately came in and said, let me, my concerns are bullying, harassment, and discrimination. If a person in the room is the one that's being accused or thought or alleged to be bullying, harassing, or discriminating, whether it's a fellow employee or a member of the public, will the person who's conducting that activity give consent to be recorded? What do you think?
I mean, that's a hypothetical situation, so you're saying that the harasser is the city employee?
Harasser, bullier, discriminator. Whoever it is, they're an employee. They may be in a room with a member of the public who has felt one of those things from that person, and that member of the public or the fellow employee goes into the office and says, hey, the other day when you said this to me, and they're like, yeah, man, and they blather off something that's further discriminatory or bullying or harassing, and they leave, behind closed doors, and they come out and they say, Chief, she said, he said, and they're like, that's not what I said. It's not what I said. They're lying. There's no video or audio evidence of that. So when we restrict those people, so I wrote the question, what if a city employee is being bullied, harassed, or discriminated against? If they record it, what crime would they have committed? What violation would they be?
That may be a question for Mr. Burns. I believe Florida's a two-party consent state, so you may run into some issues.
You would, and this also will not apply to employees filming each other. That's a whole different ball of wax. This is members of the public that come on. So.
Well, and that's kind of where I'm coming from, is that if a member of the public, and it's my understanding of the two-party consent is that's for private conversations. A member of the public meeting with a city employee or a city employee meeting with a city employee about something that's going on is not a private conversation.
Well, I will hop in on that. There is a developed area of law that say that so not every area, like in City Hall or public property, is a public forum. You can have a private office. I'm just going to use the county for an example. Sure. You go over and want to meet with one of the county commissioners in their private office, up there in Shalimar. Sure. They have an expectation of privacy in their private office. And so if you started, and that expectation of privacy actually applies to secretly recording people.
Sure.
And so you can't secretly record someone if they have an expectation of privacy. If they're walking around in the middle of the street, you can sit there and film them all day long, and you can have audio in your yard, record them if people are walking by because they're in a public area. But if you can't go, if people have an expectation of privacy in their office space,
where they bully, harass, or discriminate. That's been my
explaining the laws.
Sure. No, and I appreciate that, but it does take away, again, that person who's bullying, harassing, or discriminating, whether it's against a fellow employee or a member of the public, they are not going to give consent to be recorded. I asked if a member of an employee records or a member of the public records such actions of a city public servant, what crime would have been committed? We should be able to answer that today.
I don't understand your hypothetical, to be honest with you.
Well, they walk into someone's office who's been bullying.
A member of the public?
Member of the public in this example. They've called and they've made an appointment with Miss Jones of ABC department here at the city. And they go in and they've been experiencing some harassment from Mr. or Mrs. Jones, whoever's in that office, and they go in there to talk to them about it. They say, why are you bullying me about my kid or my application for the job?
They is the member of the public.
The member of the public at this time. They've gone into that office, they've set up an appointment, or can I see Mr. or Mrs. Jones? And they walk in and they want to speak with that public servant employee about they've been feeling, and the person just unleashes on them because they're behind closed doors, which is private, you know. And so they just say, hey, tough, get out of here. And they're like, well, you've been discriminating against me and my children, or my application for employment. And they say, hey, look, you ain't getting a job here. And if you don't like it, sue me. They go, well, and they walk outside and they say, well, sir, did y'all just hear what? I didn't hear what happened. There's no video or audio recording of that.
I think I can answer it.
Okay.
Right now. I think in that scenario, if the member of the public pulls their phone out and starts filming the individual behind the post doors, they're going to immediately stop cussing out the person and saying everything, because they have sense they would stop doing that if they're being filmed.
Yeah, but then therefore the person who has been being discriminated against no longer has any evidence of it. It's he said, she said. Right, so that's my problem with it, Chief. I won't be supporting it because of those. I think I understood when it left here last time, we were going to come back with a very fine, detailed map, if you will, of those places that in my mind looked like the front of the office there, where Terry was going to step up and talk about that sign that's posted there. I get it, I appreciate it, but I still think even behind that closed door, if an employee is experiencing some of those things, I'd want to know what crime they're going to be charged with for recording that fellow employee discriminating, harassing, or bullying them, myself. And it just feels wrong that they're doing something to demonstrate and document what's happening to them, and we're withdrawing or removing their ability to do that. So I can't support it based on that. If there's a financial room or a security room where top secrets are held, I get that. But if I'm a member of the public or I'm an employee, I want to be able to record, and I'm not going to ask you for your consent. I'm just going to have it in my pocket, and I'm going to be recording your conversation with me. And when you tell me to get out of the office, nobody cares, nobody's going to believe me, then we'll have the audio. And I guess the charges will fall where they may. So that's why I won't be supporting it as it is. I continue to be open to a second reading, or re-bringing it back to us and defining for the public to see. You can't go in that room over there. There's financial documents there. You can't go into the police evidence room and record. I get that too. I 100% support it. Can't go in there. You can't record anything. Can't go into the finance office and record stuff. And there might be others, but that's where I would count on you guys going, these are the secured areas. There's no recording, but notify all employees that if you're meeting with a fellow employee or a member of the public, that you might always, you want to assume you are being recorded. You should assume that. So you want to stop discrimination, bullying, harassing. You're always being recorded. So that would be my preference, that you come back with a better defined location that videos can't be made.
Anyone else have a question for Chief Beige? Seeing none, anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, do we have any action on this item by council?
I'll make a motion to adopt ordinance number 2167 to amend Chapter 9 of the Code of Ordinances related to offenses.
Second. I have a motion made by Councilman Jeter, seconded by me, to approve ordinance number 2167. Any additional comments?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for removing a lot of stuff like we discussed, and then going in and adding the extra layer of protection that this still falls back on the city manager and coming back to us. So I think there's a lot of oversight. I certainly understand some concerns, but I think we've done a very good job of removing the dangerous parts and adding a lot of oversight to make it a positive thing.
Anyone else? Mr. Mead?
I appreciate and understand the concerns as well. I feel the benefits outweigh those, and I hope that everyone knows that we want you to bring this back if you find a way to make it better. So if there's any finding to do, let's not leave this the last one.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Smith?
Yeah, I feel like this was obviously made to control some of these agitators. I went and watched some more of those videos to kind of really truly understand what they're doing, and that's what they were. They're agitators. My concern, though, is that we're making something for something that hasn't even happened in our city yet, to our knowledge, I guess, or maybe it hasn't been conveyed to me. And it's going to potentially wrap up and cause collateral damage potentially to our citizens. I don't want, a citizen that's been having maybe some problems with growth management, getting a permit or something like that, to not be able to, inspect what he expects by putting, a recorder in his pocket and go in there and have a meeting with them. The fact of the matter is if we're not doing nothing wrong, we shouldn't have to hide anything. So if they're being told wrong information, they feel like they're getting pushed on down the road and stuff like that, they're not getting where they need, they've got proof in there, hey, look, listen to this is what I'm running into, does this seem right? It's kind of an inspect what you expect. So to make this, to control that agitator, but for the collateral damage to be our citizens not to inspect what they expect out of a employee that's making money off of taxpayer dollars, I struggle with it, and I just can't support it. And I truly understand that the idea of trying to control the agitator and prevent that, but I just think that this, for me, just causes potential collateral damage to our citizens that they're going to be unaware of until it's too late. And now we've made a criminal out of somebody that was more than likely probably just trying to say, hey, I need some help, but I've got no proof of coming in and saying something to you. You're not going to believe me, but hey, if I have a recording, I do have proof, and you can inspect what you expect at that point. So I think the collateral damage is a little too much for me to go along with this.
Thank you, sir. Anyone, Mr. Berry?
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Smith on this also. I would like it more fine-tuned if you're going to do that, because I can speak for myself and several other people that I know that had run into problems, and they wish that they had a recording of the conversation or even a film of what went on, other than just hearsay. So I'd like you to refine a little bit more.
Thank you, ma'am. I would say I will support it. I do certainly understand some of the concerns, but I think they are all addressed pretty significantly and defined pretty well. If you do want to record a conversation with a city employee, you can do that in one of the areas that's specified here. If you have a problem with the building inspector, you can enter the lobby, which is a public space, and ask to have a conversation with that person. You can say, I would like to record this conversation with you. I think when we start saying that city employees are somehow different because they're city employees and not actual employees of a company, which is what the city is. We have our CEO, we have our employees, but their expectation is to come to work and do the best possible job they can for their company. And so their company is all of the citizens and business owners and taxpayers of the city. That doesn't mean that they get held to some sort of different crazy standard where we can just walk in at any time and record them. I believe it was also mentioned by Chief Beige and Mr. Burns, getting the consent of someone to record them, period, in that kind of situation. That's the law, correct?
Correct.
Well, so me walking into a building with my phone in my pocket and I'm recording someone, I'm committing an illegal act.
Well, so secretly you're recording someone
Secretly
is
recording.
illegal. So if you have your phone up there like that, they can make the argument you're not. If they see your phone,
Sure.
if you're running GoPro around.
So I'm getting by on some kind of technicality of the letter of the law, I understand. Again, I don't think this is punitive in any way. I don't think this is going to prevent our citizens from getting the type of service that they want and deserve. I think it's our job to make sure that our citizens are getting that type of service. I think when there is a dispute, that's what we exist for, period, plain and simple, for them to contact us and for us to step in and talk with Mr. Reeves or the city manager or whomever is in charge of that situation to find a resolution for that person. I think this just simply protects against something that hasn't happened yet, but certainly can and probably will happen in the future. It's always better to be proactive than reactive. So I will support the motion.
Just 2 seconds. go, I won't make it longer. I will respectfully disagree with you on that. This is not a business. This is paid by taxpayer monies, which is public funds. If you go out on that street corner, you can record anyone you want. Why? Because it's paid for with taxpayer dollars. If you come into my business, you cannot because it's private. There is a certain level of transparency that is an expectation for the people of a tax-paying base that they have of their government, and I believe that as open as we can keep that transparency, the better off we are. I do agree that there are levels of privacy, and I think we've done a good job with the city. You know, we got locked doors around this facility. The only thing that the public can access is basically the lobbies. They don't have access to get behind there. I think that I don't know if the fire department's that way or not, but I think the police department, the general public can only access the lobby. You know, so I think we've done a good job of locking our city down already to where if the public does want to come in and record, it's basically just in the lobbies, or if we're having a meeting with the growth management, or, you know, he brings us back into the office or something like that. But I just feel like that it just generates another level of transparency, because people will act different if they know they're being recorded than if they don't. So we should always act like we're being recorded no matter what, because if we just went with that, then there's never ever going to be any problems. But I just think it's just an extra layer of protection for the citizen if need be.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to go again? Seeing none, please vote. And the motion is not carried, going down 3-4. Anyone else wish to make a second motion? Mr.
I'd like
Walker?
to make a motion that we once again ask staff and Chief Page to work together to come back to us with a better defined areas off limits to recording. And with my latest concerns, I would say that it can also include acceptability of when it comes to cases of harassment, bullying, or discrimination, that those exceptions can be carved out and that it doesn't have to require consent. I mean, I know someone said, I brought it up, we're under recording here. It's for the public's view. They get to see how we're spending their money. They get to see how we act with each other. They get to see how we respond to people there. So I would like that incorporated into the bring back ordinance, better defining the locations, maybe to include a map, or those signs. I know Terry was going to come up and speak with those signs. I saw that one, it felt good, but you've got to make a provision for the public and fellow employees to be able to record without consent in cases of bullying, harassment, or discrimination. That's what I would like to see. That's my motion. If somebody's got a better one, I'm all ears.
Do you have a second for Mr. Walker's motion?
Second for discussion.
I have a motion by Mr. Walker, seconded by Mr. Schmidt, to direct staff to bring back ordinance 2175 with some changes that Mr. Walker detailed.
And just to...
It's 67.
You want us to narrow down the geographical scope. That's what you're going on.
Oh, I'm sorry, 2167.
I'm not sure which one I
scrolled
said.
too far.
I do want 2167 to once again be better defined to try to accomplish the goals that Chief Beige believes are necessary for safety and security, but I do not want to remove the public or fellow employees' abilities to recording the cases of bullying, harassing, or discrimination. Make me feel good.
Any additional discussion, questions, etc.?
I feel like with the way that we have the city set up right now, I think just the carve out that if, there's a meeting with somebody behind one of these secured areas, if the person has the ability to record, that'll solve my problem. And I'm assuming the only way they get behind those secured areas if they're invited by staff. Would I be correct in that?
You're correct with that. Generally, the only way to get through a secured area is by the invitation of staff. I can tell you, since you brought up best practices across, and we looked at the videos like you spoke about, what are the issues that you have with people that are filming in the lobby areas? And if you watch the videos, the staff flee. So as soon as the camera comes out, all work stops and nothing else gets done. And then the person will stand there sometimes for hours, just continuing to film saying, how come nobody's helping me? How come nobody wants to come over here? How come nobody wants to deal with me? And it affects the working environment even in some of those quasi-public lobbies. And that was the intent. If you look across a lot of these ordinances being passed in different cities, it has to do with the efficiency of the workforce. The other thing, and I'll talk to Mr. Burns about it, I think it'd be very tough to tailor an ordinance to come back that carves out harassment, bullying, and everything else.
Well, that's what I wanted to say. So I think this ordinance has been tested. And I'm not saying that you didn't have good ideas, Mr. Walker. What I'm trying to say is the ordinance that's before you is actually a slightly more watered down version of something that's passed constitutional muster. When you add in some subjective standards, because bullying can be a subjective standard, what is bullying?
Sure.
When you start adding those type of qualifications in there, I just as y'all's attorney would have to tell you, I think we would be bringing y'all an ordinance that could be very ripe for a legal challenge.
Well, I would like to withdraw my motion to do a new order, and I'll let it die. It sits on the vine. I'm fine with that too. Because the motion didn't pass. I'm withdrawing my motion with clarity. So if somebody else wants to give it a stab, I'm all ears.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, one other comment
Yes, sir, please.
that was brought up is by reporting in an area or violating this ordinance, it's not an automatic criminal violation. We're not making a criminal out of you. We're simply telling you what the rules are at first. We're warning you to stop, and if you don't stop, then you'd be issued a trespass warning, and then you'd be trespassed from the city property. So just the mere act of you recording or violating one of the rules that are in the ordinance does not automatically make you now a criminal. You would be told to stop, and you'd be given the opportunity to comply with the ordinance. You'd then be issued a trespass warning, and if you did not vacate, then you'd be subject to arrest for trespassing. So just the mere act of inadvertently recording somebody would not make you an automatic criminal. It would make you eligible for a trespass warning. You'd go in front of the special magistrate. The special magistrate upheld the trespass warning, and that's if you come in front of the special magistrate and you can provide a explanation, as you said, Mr. Walker, that you were being harassed, discriminated, and the special magistrate had sided with you, they could easily then squash the trespass warning, and then you would go back to status quo. So I just wanted to explain the mechanics a little bit behind the ordinance.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Do we have anyone else that would like to make a motion on this so we can have any further discussion on ordinance 2167? Seeing none, I will make a motion to direct staff to bring back ordinance 2167, amending COO Chapter 9 offenses with minor changes that may suit the majority of the council so that we may pass this and update our code to keep our employees safe.
Second.
I have a motion made by me, seconded by, we'll go with Mead on this one, to bring back ordinance 2167, amending COO Chapter 9 offenses with minor changes that will hopefully meet this council's full approval. Any further discussion? Mr. Schmidt?
Yeah, I do. We'll get back to the principle of it again. So if we have this policy, this ordinance is now effective, that person that's coming in there and videotaping, what's going to change that behavior? Because ultimately, we got to get that person and that behavior mitigated so that we can get back to operation.
Correct. What's going to change it is that you can tell them, as of right now, I can walk into the little HR lobby right here with my camera out, and nobody's really going to come and deal with me. I may be there occupying your lobby for hours. With the ordinance, you could then say you're in a limited public forum area. You have to be here for official public or city business, and you're not allowed to record because you don't have consent from everybody within this audience's permission to record.
And the workflow goes, then the workflow is, we hope that guy's behavior changes and says, all
Correct,
right.
once he's
the
told
fact-
that he can no longer record, if he continues to record, then you would say, now that you're continuing to record after you've been warned, you're now subject to a trespass warning. We then say you're now trespassing, you need to vacate the city hall lobby. And you would hope that that would change their behavior, depending on how ideologically they're driven. The arrest for trespassing may be meaningless to them, but it would send a message to other people that this behavior is wrong, that once you are told to stop recording, you then have to stop recording within the limited public forum. Or if you came into the council chambers like we are now, the ordinance allows, you could have 5 cameras out with you right now, recording everything that goes on because you're in a true public forum and you're not in an operational portion of the city. And I think that's the best.
Yeah, and the only example, like the counter example for this room right here would be, let's say, emergency construction work has to be done because the ceiling collapsed that one time. Let's say it has to get closed off the area to the public. Let's say the workers in here, someone comes and starts filming them, but they've closed it off so they like work their way into the chambers. In that instance, the chambers would be off limits to filming if the workers had stopped filming us. You know, we're trying to work here.
Yeah.
But that's because a public meeting has not been called at that point in time.
And what I'm saying is, at that point, if that issue is happening, somebody in leadership is going to go address that behavior.
Correct.
You know what I mean? There's gonna be a change in behavior that has to happen because that guy can't continue videotaping a construction zone, or if it's someone in the police lobby, or if it's, you know, those kind of things. So probably getting wrapped around the axle, no further. Just I struggle with, we still have to change that behavior, and I don't think a policy is going to change that person's behavior. It's going to take leadership to mitigate that behavior and pull that disgruntled agitator, whoever they are, whether we have the policy or not. It's going to take somebody to step up and have to change that behavior. So that's where I'm at with it.
Mr. Smith.
So how do we solve the intent of this, but not create an issue with a citizen that may have a meeting with the city manager that wants to go in there and record it to protect himself? Maybe because he doesn't trust the city manager. And I'm saying this from experience because I've gone into a city manager that was in this city and went in and had a conversation, and the conversation that we had in there was portrayed completely different outside of that room than it was inside of that room. So I think it's a real possibility, especially in the climate that we are in today, with people's distrust for government and city employees, this, that, and everything else. How do we not make that person a criminal, but also solve the problem that this has the intent to solve?
I mean, as a city council, you got the expectation that the city manager would consent to the recording since he's an employee of the city council. The ordinance, there's all these minute carve-outs that you want to have, and it comes to just a decision of the city council of what does the city council want to set the policy for the city. Do you want to say the efficiency of the workforce and ensuring that the city business is carried out efficiently? So if somebody is to walk in with a recording device, and that's going to stop work, I can tell you right now, when somebody shows up with a camera to City Hall, to any city building, work is going to stop because nobody wants to be recorded because they believe it's going to be a gotcha recording. And no matter what they say or no matter what they do, it's going to be portrayed that they're doing something wrong. So work is going to stop. If you watched any of the videos that on YouTube or anywhere else, the recent one from the Walton County Health Department, and I shared it with Mr. Burns, it looks like a ghost town. The guy comes in with his cell phone, everybody disappears because they know that he's coming in to record them to try and get you in a gotcha moment. So if that is the intention of the city to say that we want to restrict within the bounds of the law and what's already been held constitutional through other court cases, and we want to now be able to restrict the amount of recording that's done within city facilities, then we pass an ordinance similar to this. If we want to do a little bit more work and put a map, a diagram, tighten up on the loose ends a little bit, we can do that. But it just comes down to a council decision to say either yes, we're going to look at the efficiency of the workforce, or we value more that ability to record that if you don't trust the city manager, if you don't trust the city clerk, if you don't trust somebody else in the city and you want to come in and film, have at it, but I'd be very careful because I was uneasy sitting in the seat in there, because it goes back to what Mr. Barnes said, if you come in and secretly record, it's gonna be something that may have to be looked at. If you come in and overtly record right now in an office or something, you're probably good, but a secret recording, you're getting in that gray area.
It could be a felony, actually.
Yeah, so say you're getting in that gray area.
In a public building?
Yeah, if they have it's subjective at that point. So if you meet with the city manager one-on-one, if you met with him in this room right here, you might have an argument. But if one-on-one, that this room's so public and the door's open. But if you go meet in a room, he closes the door, it doesn't matter which room at City Hall, he has a reasonable expectation of privacy. And the law, the criminal statute works in that regard. So if you secretly recorded them, you don't want to actually share that knowledge with anyone that you secretly recorded them, because that could actually be used against you.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yes, and if I may, you brought up Mr. Reeves, and I know, if, for example, I went and met with Mr. Reeves one time, which I've never met with him in his office, but if I go meet with him and he applies pressure to me for getting something he wants, a vote, money, funding, I go, hey man, I'm not comfortable with that. No, you're gonna have to bring that up on the dais. And he says, well, that's what it's gonna be. And then he calls me back in the next day and says, Mr. Walker, I really want to meet with you and talk to you about this again, because I think I can really persuade you now. You're saying that it would be a felony of me to record him doing that, a public employee trying to, let's just say, purchase my vote. It would be a crime on my part.
You committing a crime to prove a crime, correct?
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have a problem. We're gonna have a problem.
Well, that's
getting a new ordinance.
That's state law. That has nothing to do with this. You got to realize what I'm saying right now is already on the books statewide. That's state statute. So that's
and definitely I will want to get them, because I looked at the private conversations versus public conversations, and there was enough gray area in there that I was like, no, it looks like public. I mean, as a matter of fact, I posted a picture of the Attorney General's opinion on it, and it was the definition of a public meeting. And the Attorney General spoke to it and said, I mean, it was really short and simple. I can find it here, but they asked, may they be recorded by the public, a public meeting? As a private citizen, can I videotape a public meeting? It didn't say in City Hall, it didn't say anywhere, it just said, and this was asked to the Attorney General, a public board may not prohibit a citizen from videotaping a public meeting through the use of non-disruptive video recording devices. So in its
meeting is noticed.
maybe it is, but I feel it's a public notice when the public meets with a public employee to discuss public business. I felt that was public, and I would want the citizens to maintain the right to record in whatever fashion they want. I don't think that if they're being, I wouldn't say, Mr. Reeves, do you mind if I record this conversation as you try to bribe me? That he would give me consent. I really don't. Not that he ever would try to bribe me, but it's just, I feel that we're losing that ability as a society to capture such things.
Yes, I think one of the better examples, and this would be a good question as the city attorney here in the public forum, so everybody can benefit from the answer. Absent this ordinance, if somebody was to show up in a lobby and just start recording and disrupting the workforce, was there much we could do, or we just almost have to tolerate the person in the lobby?
So if it's like the videos that you're talking about, those people basically put a GoPro on and just walk in and they'll just act like everything's normal, and so you could not remove that individual. Now, if they start doing other actions, like harassment, and doing other things that constitute.
If we just had somebody that's set up in the little HR lobby here with their camera out, their GoPro on, and basically city business comes to a halt, but they're not actively, overtly causing issues, currently we'd have to almost let them stay in that lobby if it was during business hours.
Correct.
And with this ordinance, if it was to pass, that would then allow us to say you either have to have consent from the people in the lobby, which you don't because nobody consents to it, and now we could ask them to leave the lobby or stop recording.
Correct, and then if they don't, they get issued a trespassing warning.
And that's really what the ordinance was designed to do, is for the efficiency of the workforce. I know we kind of got off on a tangent about unethical behavior and things, backdoor deals with the city manager, but the real intent for the ordinance was the efficiency and effectiveness of city government, and also protecting the rights of the privacy of the other people that are in these lobbies. A lot of times, it's not a singular person in the lobby. You may have utility billing where there may be 3 or 4 people in there, and if Nicole's talking about not being able to pay her water bill, she probably does not want that broadcasted by somebody now that's coming in there just to film what goes on inside the utility billing lobby. So it's also to respect the privacy that other citizens have as they're conducting city business in the lobbies. So I think we missed out a little bit of that in the discussion. It's also for the benefit of the residents that are coming in to conduct city business, and then also for the efficiency of the people conducting city business.
All right, just so we do not continue to beat a dead horse.
Yeah.
I want to have a vote on this. Ordinance number 2167. My motion is to have staff bring it back to us with changes that they believe will address the city council's desires for this particular ordinance. If it passes, then they will bring it back to us and we can have this same exact discussion all over again with the knowledge that we've gained tonight. Everyone?
Procedural issue?
Sure.
Can you make another motion on something that you just lost
You
a
can,
vote on?
because he's not asking to.
Okay.
I'm not asking to approve.
He's not asking to approve it again. He's
Okay,
saying
okay.
He wants it to come back for another draft.
Technical question.
Okay, go ahead.
I have a technical question.
Please make it.
In that lobby over there where that sign is, I think there's a camera in the corner. Terry, there's a camera in that corner, correct?
Councilman Briston, yes, there is a camera in the corner. It doesn't record audio, but it's just a video camera. That's
Okay.
hooked up to the citywide system.
Okay. Is it true over there in the water department as well, there's a camera in the corner?
There is one.
Okay.
Yeah, most
Okay.
of the city buildings do have.
Thank you.
None of them have audio though.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's just a video only.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin.
Thank you.
All right, motion and a second. We've had plenty of discussion. Council, please vote. And it does pass 5-2, and it moves on. So let's move on as well to item 9.3, ordinance number 2175.
Ordinance number 2175, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, amending the City of Fort Walton Beach Police Officers Retirement Fund, amending section 2.09.03 pertaining to benefit amounts and eligibility, amending the section pertaining to pre-retirement death, amending the section pertaining to optional forms of benefits, amending the section pertaining to minimum distribution of benefits, repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith, and provide an effective date. And I believe this is here also on second reading as well.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council. Again, for the second reading, it only changes the minimum distribution age from 72 to 73 to bring it in compliance with the IRS code, excuse me, which allows our plan to remain in its tax qualified status. There is no financial impact to the city. If you have any questions on that.
Questions for Mr. Chapin? Seeing none, anyone from the public wish to speak on this?
Just a brief comment. I'd like to thank Major Chapin for being the chairman of the police pension board. This will also be one of his last actions. He's had 15 years with the city of Fort Walton Beach, and he's moving on to become the deputy chief in the city of Niceville.
And we are certainly sad to see him go, but we certainly do wish him well. I know he'll do a great job.
Appreciate it.
Council, we have a motion on the second.
Motion to adopt ordinance number 2175 to amend section 2.09.03 of the Code of Ordinances for Fort Walton Beach Police Officer Pension Fund to maintain compliance with the Internal Revenue Code.
Second. Motion made by Councilman Jeter, seconded by, which one was it? Councilman Schmidt, my bad. To approve ordinance 2175. Any further discussion?
Thank you, and we're going to miss you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, and your leadership is going to continue to be valued and continue to keep the community safe, so thank you for all that you've done here.
Absolutely, thank you.
Council, please vote. And the motion does pass 7-0, which moves us to item 10, appointments. Ms. Barnes.
You're in the right place. The local planning agency, we have a vacancy on it. Ms. Linda Glover has notified staff that she was resigning from the board due to medical reasons. And Ms. Jamie Thompson Seifert currently serves as an alternate member. She has been serving since November of '23. She is interested in filling that regular position to serve the remainder of the unexpired term through September 30th of '27, if council would consider her appointment. And with that, her moving out of that alternate position leaves a vacant alternate, and Mr. Robert Rennie, who is still here tonight, has applied to fill that position, and he would serve as an alternate member created by this transition. So if both of those were appointed by council tonight, our board would be full again, and staff respectfully recommends city council appointment of Ms. Jamie Thompson Seifert as a regular member to serve the remainder of the unexpired term through September 30th, 27, and Mr. Rennie to serve as an alternate member on the local planning agency board. Be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, ma'am. Questions for Ms. Barnes on this? Anyone from the public wish to speak on this? Any action from council?
So moved.
Second. I have a motion by Ms. DeBerry to accept staff's recommendation of appointing Ms. Jamie Thompson Seifert and Mr. Robert Rennie to serve on the local planning agency in those capacities mentioned by Ms. Barnes, and it was seconded by Councilman Meade. Any further discussion or comments? Ms.
Thank
DeBerry?
you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rennie. Let's vote. And that does pass 7-0. Which moves us to item 11, the acting city manager employment agreement. Who we got on this one?
And I guess since Ms. Kopp did the negotiating, because she's not here, and I don't want to make it awkward for Dennis to have to present this himself. Ms. Kopp and Dennis, they, I guess, negotiated a contract with the following terms. It'll be 90 days for term 1. If it gets extended another 90 days, then it will only last 180 days total. So it'll be from January 24th through April 24th of this year. The proposed salary will be $150,000 per year. And I guess if a second 90-day term is extended, actually the term would run through July 24th of 2025. And I think those are the highlights. Dennis, did I miss anything?
It's a basic employment.
It's one of the most basic.
Employment agreement. I think it's the same one you offered Mr. Peters, and you've used it before.
Mr. Burns,
yeah, I mean, it's a very basic agreement. It's only 2 pages if y'all have had a chance to review it.
I mean, we didn't negotiate that. That was what you had on file, and that was fine with me, whatever you wanted to do. So.
Thank you, sir. Questions for Mr. Burns or Mr. Reeves on this? Mr. Smith?
Since we didn't negotiate, you want to go negotiate now? You want to do it for 50% discount?
Anyone else? Questions? Seeing none, anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, do we have a motion from the council?
Recommend City Council authorization for mayor to execute the attached temporary employment agreement with Dennis Reeves to serve as the acting city manager for an initial 90-day term set to expire April 24th, 2025.
Second.
A motion made by Councilman Smith and seconded by Councilman Walker to authorize the execution of the attached temporary employment agreement with Mr. Reeves to serve as acting city manager for an initial 90-day term to expire on April 24th, 2025. 2 terms. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote. And it does pass unanimously, 7-0. That moves us on to item, do we move one here? 11.2? Yeah, we're still moving to 11.2. The amendment number 1, to lease, the lease agreement for 41 West Audrey Drive Northwest. Mr. Burns.
Okay, at the last meeting, the lessee and the council sort of negotiated in the public forum some changes to what had been presented to the council at that time. And I believe there was an extension of 10 additional years. That was the biggest change. The only other item that was added, I did add at that point in time, since he did indicate that he wanted to do some substantial work on the property. I put a provision in here that no mechanics link and prime the city's interest in the property. And so a mechanic would, or a contractor would have to get the permission of the city. And so that's the only changes, is to protect the city on that regard. The other changes with this, I think, have been already discussed in the public forum. And so those are the changes, and I don't know if anyone else here had any discussions with the lessee. I didn't actually speak to him directly. I know, Ms. Barnes, you were the one kind of acting as the intermediary, I think, for a few days there on that. So I don't know if you spoke to him or not.
Just through Mr. Bethea.
Okay. Oh, you're here. I didn't see you, Mark. So
I know that Mr. Bethea has stayed with us here for 3 hours, 15 minutes, and we do appreciate that. So if anyone does have any questions for Mr. Bethea or Mr. Burns, let's go for it. Mr. Smith?
I know that applicant had said that he was going to do either a $25,000 investment or a $50,000 investment. I only see a $50,000 investment here. If he decides to go with a $25,000 instead of $50,000, I would imagine that we would give him 5 years instead of 10 years. If 10 years is worth $50,000, I would imagine that 5 years would be worth $25,000.
Good evening, council. The conversation that I had with Les is that he intended to spend $50,000.
Okay.
Mr. Walker?
There's nothing in this lease that requires him to spend any money. Is that right? He doesn't have to spend any money to get the extension.
He is making a commitment.
And you are right, actually. If you want it tightened up a little bit, a provision could actually be put in here. He actually has to spend that amount of money. It doesn't actually nail that down, if that is a concern of yours.
Well, I just wanted to, I think he's going to spend the money. I just wanted to see it. But currently, the current lease without this amendment, it goes to when? Is it 6 more years left on it? Is that
roughly
6 more years, and we're giving him 10 more on top of the 6, so we're giving him 16 years to a 16-year lease really to recoup $50,000. And I just, last time I expressed, don't know what the plans are with the next council or the council after that or the council after that or the council after that, but that's where we're going to be putting this, with a lease out to 41 for a $50,000 investment. I'm not going to do public math here, but that's not much per year to get him to 2041. But I'm just.
Councilor, you do raise a good point, but do realize that over that time frame, the rent will go up 75%.
It'll go up 3% a year on 8/7.
And that forward is 75%.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that is, so in 2041, the lease ending, the final year of that lease in 2041, do you know what that number will be?
Yes, it would be around a little over $1,400.
$1,400. And I think Mr. Smith asked last time, have you done a market analysis to kind of say that's fair and right at 800, or is it about right, a market analysis?
I mean, this is a tough one to put your arms around. It's the use is recreation. So when you go out there, limit the ability to be able to use a piece of property to a very defined number of uses, which this property has. How do you go out there and compare it to something, I'm sitting on Racetrack Road, I've got comparables of actual fitness places that are on Racetrack Road, and Eglin Parkway and Marist Cutoff, and yes, they're paying more, but they're in locations where you could not only put a fitness place there, you could put a bar, you could put, and the list goes on and on.
Thank you. And I've done similar things, and I can imagine how hard this one was. But with that, I worked out there for a number of almost a year. There's a big piece of land out there on the southern portion of that land, and that looks like right for some form of city use. I don't know what we or the next council might want to do with it, but I just have a fear of this extension out to 41 that this council or another council is approached about using how many acres is it sit on?
He is using about half of it.
Right, but I'm talking about the entire property with us. 10 acres, 8 acres?
Yeah.
Okay, so, I just feel this is really locking us in, and I guess maybe my last question would be if if we decide we want to do, a council decides they want to do something with that entire property, wipe off the tennis court, wipe it, what do we, is there a buyout for this lease? I mean, we're stuck with it until 41, there's no buyout?
No, sir. And you know, just my thought process. I not only tried to wrap my arms around what the fair market value of this property is. I visited the site. I was not involved in this at the very beginning, but I've been told that it was ratty, okay, in ratty condition when he took it over. It is impeccably clean. He is providing a service to, and he's in there for a profit, nothing wrong with making a profit, but he is running an impeccably clean business. He is maintaining the city's property to a T. I have experienced and dealt with other folks that have leased city property who have not done that. So that relationship to me is worth something. If I was the landowner and I had a tenant like that, I would want to encourage him to stay. And not only has he done that, he's also invested quite a bit of money in building 2 additional buildings, which ultimately the city will own. And now all he's asking is, hey, I want to invest another $50,000 to provide additional services for the city, citizens, and improve your building. So, you know, I step back and I say, well, you know, I can recommend to you that this is a good lease for the city, and yes, it's going to go for an extended period of time, but the guy is doing a great job.
I want to be clear, I think he does it impeccably as well. It was clean, it was spotless and all of that. I mean, he has that profit motivation, which is good. I mean, he's keeping a clean facility and making it nice for his benefit as well. And truthfully, if we take it back in 41 or any time before, we're probably going to level it because there's a project in store for it. So I don't put much, me personally, the others may, I don't put much value in him redoing bathrooms for us, for our benefit. I really don't. I mean, for his, great, add showers, whatever he wants to do. But I have a problem with going out to 41, so I'll express that now.
Anyone else with a question for Mr. Buffett? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Council wish to take action on this item?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like
to recommend City Council authorization for the mayor to execute Amendment Number 1 to the lease agreement with M3 Strength and Conditioning, extending the lease for 10 years through September 30th, 2041 for their portion of the City of Fort Walton Beach Tennis Center building located at 41 West Audrey Drive, with the requirement of spending $50,000 for the extra 10 years.
And the way I would structure it is an option. He has a certain period of time to spend the money. He has to show he's spent it. I wish he was here, so we just ask him how long he expects it to take, but I can find that out.
Shouldn't be 6 years.
So obviously, yeah, or 9 years. You know, we could wait 9 years and then, or yeah, 6 years and exercise at the last second. So, yeah. Do y'all have any preference? Like, he needs to spend it within 6 months or a year?
I don't.
Okay. But we'll pick a reasonable period of time then.
Looking for a second on that.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Smith and...
One second, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
We were just looking at the lease agreement, and it says that the lease desires that he invest $50,000 in the lease premises between the executed lease and completed on or before February 1st of 2026. I mean, that's, it's up to you guys.
And I guess the way it's worded right now, it doesn't say, he says he desires to invest $50,000 in the remodeling. It doesn't say, that's the point that Mr. Walker brought up. I was like, oh, he did bring up a point. I don't think the lessee would do this. I did watch the video. He seemed like he was an honest guy, but, you know, we have to approach it more objectively, and I would have to tell you all that we should strengthen that language to show that if y'all want to invest the $50,000, he needs to show it costs $50,000 for the remodeling. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to have everything out in the open and clear, you know, and I guess if he's willing to spend the money, we're willing to give him the years. I just want to make sure that if he doesn't spend the money, he doesn't get the years.
Mr. Bethea.
Thank you. That's my language. I put that in there, the 50,000. He expressed to me that he was gonna spend that money, I think it was 54,000. I put that time frame in there of 1 year, so it will be something that I'll need to circle back around with him. And you know, the easiest way to handle it is, hey, you provide those receipts of what you spent, otherwise we'll terminate the lease.
Yeah, and we'll make sure to tweak it.
Time frame wise, as long as he does it before his 6 years up, as far as I'm concerned, I'm okay with that.
And I mean, we could give him that much time if you want. There might be some policing issues at that point though too, if someone remember, but, you know,
6 years down the road.
Yeah, like, you know, I'd say if y'all want to control it, is what I'm saying, at least, he could come back and maybe get another extension for less money.
Yeah, I just want to guarantee that the citizens are getting what he says he's going to give us. Okay. And it's clear, it's concise, and
I think 1 year is reasonable, what Mr. Bethea said. Okay. That's, I think, more than reasonable, really.
Okay. We have a motion, we have a second. Anyone else wish to speak?
Back to the use, I believe you'll find that that area is a platted park. So selling it to a developer or doing something else.
I meant development by the city.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because I mean, again, I just heard the other guys here were looking for football fields, and I know they've identified the one behind the Home Depot so good, but maybe there will be another youth league. That's a big vacant piece of property out there on the end. And just, Jeff, Mr. Burns, on leases, are city leases or buyout clauses not typical?
I've dealt more of the city leasing so far, properties. I know Mr. Bethea deals more with the properties that the city leases. The only other lease I've dealt with so far is the next lease we're going to consider here in a minute, the Bolex lease. So I can't say in general if it is or not. I know it's not a good answer for you, Mr. Walker. I can go find that answer out.
I just, you know, I'm picturing myself 10 years down the road and there's just been this opportunity and we're not going to be able to do it because we've got a tenant in there for another 6 years, and a future council will be cussing at us for hamstringing them without a buyout clause when there was a great opportunity, something, I don't know, but it's okay. I was just curious if there was buyout clauses. I feel that there should be.
Anyone else? I am 100% positive that a future council will be cussing at us.
Yes.
Whether it's over this, we'll see.
Something else.
All right. We have a motion, we have a second. Please vote. And the motion does pass 6-1, which brings us to the aforementioned renewal of the ground lease at 20 Robinwood Drive Southwest for the crew of Bowlegs, item 11.4. Mr. Burns.
So, since the last time this lease came before the council, which I believe was in August, was it not, last year? Mr. Bethea had some negotiations with Bowlegs. Former city manager, Mr. Peters, also had some additional negotiations. They went back and forth on some items. Ultimately, I know Mr. Bethea can speak as to the market rate, which was the big reason y'all said no the first time around. During the course of the negotiations, though, Bowlegs, which they had every right to do, and Mr. Beadle tests, this is the law of contracts, when the city initially rejected I think it was $600 a year or something around that amount, that basically was a rejection of the whole agreement. So they then countered with some additional terms if they were going to pay some more rent. One of those being, and they wanted to reinsert the options because the version of the lease that y'all considered back in August did not have additional options, and 2 additional options. And so they asked for those to be in there, so those are included for your consideration. And then really there were just some additional, I think most of the notices to cure periods, and those periods were 5 days for the lessee. They asked for 15 days, which honestly I'll say is very reasonable. The fact that it was 5 in the original lease was quite a draconian, actually, I would say. So those are the only changes from the lease that y'all considered last time. If you do look closely at the lease, there's a red line that I believe we forgot to take out on the last sentence in section 4.1. There was some negotiations. At one point, they wanted a unilateral termination provision, so we kind of responded and said, no, it has to be bilateral, that anyone can have the unfettered right to terminate the contract. So both sides agreed that we'll just get rid of that altogether. And so that's the status of the lease. The biggest changes are really the rent, which will be $3,000 the first term, and then if the 2 options to renew were exercised, the rent would go up to $3,300 for each of those additional lease terms.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. Questions on this for Mr. Burns or anyone else? Mr. Bethea is still here.
Mr. Bethea came because I think Jeff, if he would have been here, had a lot of communications with him, but I think Mark might have had some too, and so mine's more on the legal side.
Sure.
To give you some insight.
Understandable. I'll ask a question, Mr. Bethea. Basically, you said, I determined the market ground lease rate would be between $225 and $275 a month.
That's correct.
And then this lease that they want to sign is $275 a month?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So it's the very high end of your appraisal?
Yeah.
Actually, Mark, I know why Mark's doing that right now because he doesn't have the numbers right from the first. It's $250 for the first 5-year period.
Okay.
The additional 10 years is $275 a month. So.
And just kind of full disclosure, can I back up and just the process real quickly?
Sure.
Originally, I was asked what the market rate of the property was, which includes the building that Bolex built. That number was substantially higher than this number. Then I was asked, okay, Bolex is the one who invested the money to build that building. What is the rental market rate for just the lot? So that's how we got to that price.
Gotcha.
One thing, and this is actually very material, Mark, didn't they actually reduce the size of the area they're leasing?
They did.
So they actually, I don't know the size of the lot that was in the original lease, but they removed, I think, almost, was it 0.14 acres?
Yeah, basically half of it.
Half, so it's a slightly smaller area too they're leasing.
Gotcha. Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Mr. Mead.
What was the market rate with the building before?
Mr. Mead, yeah, that was back almost a year ago, but 2,000 something a month. Between 2,000 and 3,000 a month.
Okay. Anyone else? Questions for Mr. Bethea? Mr. Walker?
I'm just curious on, and it might be more for Mr. Burns, but we did get rid of the 120 days either side could give notice. We didn't like that.
So what happened on that, they actually asked for, originally they had it worded, when they responded saying the lessee had the right, I changed it to lessor and lessee. Then they asked for it to be removed.
I got you.
And, it wasn't my call at that, it's
Yeah, I mean, if somebody wanted out or we wanted them, I like the 120 days. It's not there, so I'm not going to ask for it now, but.
Anyone else?
Yeah, real quick. Roughly how much space, square footage, acreage, whatever measuring tool you want to use, is that piece of land now that we continue to own, but it's outside of this lease? And what is really kind of the usage of that land, if any at all?
It is got some, it would need some, it is low. So it needs some film on it if you want to really use it. But it's not only, the city not only owns the lot next door, they own multiple acres surrounding this.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's right. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? Do we have a motion from council on this lease approval?
I'll make a motion to approve the lease with Bolex with the updated language of 2 options to renew the lease solely, 2 options to renew the lease for 5 years each. And then giving the lessee, well, I guess how you guys have it written, giving the lessee 15 days opposed to 5 and requiring the city to give a 15-day notice as opposed to a 5-day notice of termination.
Second.
A motion made by Councilman Smith and a second by Councilman Mead to approve the proposed lease between the crew of Bolex and the city of Fort Walton Beach. Any additional comments?
Just, it addresses ad valorem taxes and taxes. There are no taxes on that property. It's city property, correct? They're not responsible for any ad valorem taxes.
don't,
I don't know off the top of my head.
yeah, I don't believe they're paying any right now, but, do you know, are they paying? Yeah.
No county and no city. I just happened to look into it back then, but it's in there, but there aren't any due or whatever. So, okay, thank you.
Anyone else wish to comment on this? Council, please vote. And the motion does pass 7-0.
And just real quick, the only reason there's no blanket answer to that, because the property appraiser and tax collector can make different determinations on properties if cities are releasing them, so it's up to them. So I didn't know in this particular instance.
Sure.
And thank you, Mr. Bethea, for sticking it out with us.
Yes, thank you.
We move on now to item 11.5, the Fort Walton Beach Ocean City Right Fire Consolidation Study.
Mayor Council, I'm going to take that one for you.
Yeah, Mr.
I
Reed.
spoke with Chief Morgan before he left for his Chiefs Conference, and I told him that under the circumstances of this last item tonight, that he didn't need to drive all the way back just to present this, asking you guys for direction on this item. I've talked to several of you about it. I kind of brushed up on what was going on. Obviously, you guys wanted to do a consolidation study to see what that kind of looked like now. Obviously, it's been done several times in the past. And after I realized that some of the things that Chief Morgan and I talked about preliminarily were a little bit just kind of loose, because this was a sealed bid. We don't really know exactly what the price is. I think I mentioned it to Travis, because Chief Morgan kind of gave me some, we just talked casually, he said, probably gonna cost $175,000. Well, I thought that, I kind of went with a hard number. Actually, he did some research after that, and he got back to me this morning early, about 6 o'clock in the morning, and we went back and forth this morning early. He thought that the AP Triton's bid was gonna be probably, based on what their other bids for the scope of work we wanted done, were probably gonna be in the $130,000, $120,000 range. And he said that, I'm sure you guys may have seen the letter that they withdrew their bid, which left the second bidder. Came to another question. The Matrix Group out of California was the second bidder that was interested in performing that for us. So the direction tonight is, do you guys want to go with the second bid? Do you want us to go out and rebid it? Do you want to kick the can down 6 months? The reason that our top ranked bidder pulled out was obviously because they reached out to the other adjacent departments that would be affected by this consolidation, and they said, we don't want to give you anything. And Councilman Smith and I talked about that a little bit, that they could gather some information for public records requests and things like that. But the cooperation, I think, once they looked at it, they said, oh, this is not going to be good for us. It's going to be a lot more extra work and stuff. So they kind of backed away in that way. So again, tonight we're just really looking for some direction from you on how you want us to handle it.
Thank you, Mr. Reeves. Questions for Mr. Reeves from Council, Mr. Schmidt?
Yeah, and with that kind of estimated cost, that definitely is a concern of mine as far as.
I did leave one thing out. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
The second rated bidder, Chief Morgan, again, he had a little bit more experience with them. He thought that their bid would be somewhere between about $65,000 and $85,000.
But we don't know what it is.
We don't know what it is because we can't open those bids if we don't have some.
Because it's an RFQ.
Yeah, so unless we accept them, we're not cutting them open, so. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, the question for me all along for the past 8 years has been, what's the best way to provide fire services? Question mark. And, going through this due process, obviously, it's a very political subject, it's a very sensitive subject, and rightfully so. You're dealing with public safety and fire. Respect that. And I'll turn the page. With the cost of this, and, ultimately, we would need the state's response, blessing, call it what you want, anytime you're dealing with a merger between special districts and the city. And especially with the unknown costs and those kind of things, just seeing what the board's appetite is, if any at all, where we don't move forward with the study and the cost, but we get Mr. Reeves and the city attorney to bring us back a draft, either correspondence, resolution, call it what you want, but asking our state delegation what they think is the best way to provide fire services. We're formally asking them, because the past couple legislative sessions, our state delegation has made micro changes to legislation with fire. This past legislative session, I believe it was Dorcas on the north end, that now the county is working on programming. A few years ago, there was that statute that changed with annexation of properties, where if a city were to annex in the property, before statutorily, you had to give the special district think it was up to 4 years, but now it extended, I think, to 7 or 8 years that now if a city were to annex into the property. So the point I'm getting to is a macro issue I think that we still need to find out is what's the best way to provide fire services. And the state's going to have to approve or deny things anyways, no matter how much we pay for a study. And by formally asking the state delegation, hey, and y'all working out kind of the draft of that content, but the past few years legislatively, they've made impacts to fire. What's the macro plan? Thoughts?
I think if you guys were to direct us to do something like that for you on your behalf, and we were to kind of, right now they're about to go into session.
Yeah.
But as many of you know, Representative Maney he was really discussing it early on. We really thought there was something to come out of that. And I was just on the peripheral, but when we had Chief Lord, some of the other chiefs that were involved, it's really only been very successful when you have a direction from, that legislative body in Tallahassee. So without their buy-in, it really becomes difficult for you guys. The other thing, and we talked about it a little bit here, it's difficult because they have had some instances where there's not always a ton of efficiencies. Now, we know that there can be, but there also can be where there's certain things that aren't a little bit more expensive, making things happen from a fire station perspective where everybody kind of has to buy into that. So there's a lot of moving parts, but if you did something like that, and then again, I'm only going to be here till your new guy gets in place, but if we put something in place that we say, hey, look, this is a directive that we worked on this year while I'm here, and we got it ready for them, it wouldn't be something that, like right now, they're about to go into session.
Correct. Yeah,
We're already ahead of it. So it's something that we saw it when they met, when they met us at the court, or at the council, Shalimar, wherever they have to meet us, and we can move that forward on the sideline so that when they're ready to go, they grab that football and they say, hey, we really do have an interest in this. And that's where these expensive studies, I believe, come from. They come out of when you guys reach out to them and say, hey, we have a directive. That's why they've gotten so expensive. They used to be $50,000 for you just to kind of it's a lot of money now because they're going to give you some really hardcore information. So again, just a little bit of feedback. And,
Mr. Smith.
Obviously, trying to force a square peg into a round hole to get something done, and kind of looking through this stuff, I don't really like what our options are. So the great thing is there's more than one way to accomplish something. So I guess what I would probably lean to, because like I said, looking through where we're at, it's just, it's not there for me to support at this time based off of what I've seen from the vendors, and probably the vendor I would have probably chose had pulled out, and then on top of that, looking at what they would have been had we stayed in and what kind of I'm thinking my intent was probably going to be too rich for my blood. That being said, I'm wondering how beneficial it may be for us maybe to send, I don't know if it's a resolution or a document to the other fire districts that touch our fire district, to the Okaloosa County Board of County Commissioners, and obviously to our delegation, that we're ready to have this discussion. Because something that you said that's actually not true is we don't have a completed study. It's been studied, but it's never been completed. So I know that fire department has, hey, at one time we had everybody on board, and then we get new chiefs, and then now everybody, we got to find a way to get past that, because there is a greater discussion to be had there. And the amount of interactions that I've had with people since, this came up in December from other fire departments around our area and other representatives around our area is it seems to be that nobody's really ready to come out and say it, except for me maybe, I guess. But they're all thinking it, and it's coming. So, what do we got to do to facilitate that? Because I'm just not the guy that's going to sit here and kick the can down the road and wait till the state tells us that we got to replace a bridge. If we know it's coming, why don't we get ahead of it? And that's kind of what my thoughts are. And if that's something that we could do, I would be in support of that.
Definitely something that we could do. I mean, we can definitely bring something back with the help of legal staff and whatever to do some type of resolution, and at least make it known that it's something that's on our radar, and maybe lobby in some way. Like I said, as we get closer, I think it's the best way to do it. I don't think it's going to happen with just asking them to, hey, you guys want to consult? I just don't think it's going to happen. So being a little more proactive with some type of, you as a collegial body says, hey, up to the next level, this is something we need help with. And if it's at the state level, then again, it's when you guys make your, we've got the new mayor coming on board, I'm sure, maybe Nick could kind of move that forward, some kind of resolution, something. We could definitely do something. Just not nothing, I don't think is an answer.
And just some informational purposes, the session starts on March 4th, but their committee weeks start next week, and they're the first 3 weeks of February, and those are actually their busier times, the committee weeks, but they do come back on the weekends, and they are here the last week of February, and they do make themselves available during session. But just to tell you that if we do a communication kind of like a formal way like that, it might not be responded to as quickly for the next, 30 to 90 days.
Well, I really like what Mr. Smith brought up, at least this is how I interpret it. If we formally, again, through attorney and city managers putting in the content, formally asking these different mayors and city managers in different municipalities and the county commission and CC and our state delegation, where it's not just exclusively the state delegation, but I agree with what Travis said. There's a lot of municipal folks that are getting this kind of conversation, but they're just not taking it to the public meeting all the time.
Right.
By formally asking these different mayors and different city managers and different municipalities, do they have any appetite into providing, or finding out what's the best way to provide fire services?
I mean, I'll be more than glad to spearhead that, bring something back to you guys, and we can talk about it. We'll agenda it, and just for a quick discussion, and even efforts like, I don't know, I'm thinking outside the box, and, not just, even maybe some kind of lobbying effort. It may take a little bit of funding, but I mean, we got to do something. And when you think about getting things done in somewhere like Tallahassee, if that's the direction, I'm just throwing it out there because I work for you guys and take your direction. So
because that also empowers Tallahassee. If we get feedback from the different municipalities, whether there's an appetite or not, if there is an appetite, that supports or empowers the delegation to maybe entertain it and go for it. Not this upcoming legislative session, but this has been a long process already. There's no rush, but there's different ways to accomplish things.
Right. Agreed. You're leading.
I'm going to call it myself.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm just very used to it. I would just ask Mr. Reeves, and then I would certainly welcome to hear the comments of Mr. Schmidt and Mr. Smith too, but so say this plan goes forward, this plan that we've come up with just tonight, and we say, hey delegation, hey county commissioners, hey every fire district that touches our fire district, we want to solve a problem that we perceive exists, and we would like to say, once and for all, will you solve this problem or not? Then will we revisit this again when in 6 months, and again, we're electing new officials here to this board very soon. We're not all going to be here in however many years, and I totally understand that. But like, would we, as this group personally, look at that and say, well, we really exhausted almost every avenue here as far as what we as a board can do, because there are so many different moving pieces and parts to this. The reason for asking that question is we've done this a long time now with putting people, human beings who are employees of our city, other cities, other fire districts, just in the awareness of, hey, something's going on. Hey, maybe my world or my life is changing. And so, in fairness, I would just say, if we're moving forward with this direction, would we be satisfied, would you guys be satisfied to say, well, now we've tried all of our options? Like, because it sounds to me like this is the final option. Like, there is no other option, really.
It's not been successful.
Right.
I mean, it's been talked about when I was there, when I was where you guys are. It's talked about every so often because there's definitely a swing kind of in the country for an efficiency type of more conservative. Obviously we see it at a national level. I'm not saying you guys are there necessarily yet, but if you have an opportunity, yeah, Kane is. But I just think, like I said, this item happens to be here my very first meeting, and it's kind of helping you guys sort this out. So I want to do your will, but there is a lot of interest, and it's something that you guys kept asking about, so I know that there's interest on your side. We do have this 3% issue. I don't even know if that would help. It would be a long process with help from the state and a lot of consultants, so there would definitely be money spent towards that. So again, I have to rely on your direction.
Can I just say something super quick? If you guys decide to go in a different direction, I talked to my purchasing manager, you guys would have to make a motion to reject all bids first and get that approved, and then you could make something else, right? Is that correct?
Right,
Yeah.
and it also sounds like y'all might be doing some parallel, I wasn't quite sure too, like maybe you wanted to do like this route of contacting the legislative delegation and the counties and move forward with the study. So wasn't quite sure either.
Again, just before I end, I do want to hear what you guys have to say about all of that. But to me, the problem that exists is we have a segmented city with different parts, different places. Their fire district runs right through the middle of that. So it is a challenge for our fire department and the city, right, fire control district, bless you, to do that. However, over the last 3, 4, 5 years, the teamwork there, the cooperation, the previous feelings of angst between those two, whether it was the captains or anybody that was actually on those teams, has gone away. I mean, and the cooperation and working together has been brilliant and beautiful to see. And I'm not saying that anybody's saying anything against that, but the only problem that I see personally is, could we save on cost? And if we could get that information with everyone participating, I would be for that if we could put it to bed. And then obviously the map. And the map, as we've all stated, can only be redrawn by the governor. So if we do this, have we exhausted all options?
Yeah, I mean, I would say, fire department wise, culture and they're jerking them around. I mean, I don't understand what they're afraid of, you got to go through a referendum, and then you have to go through a state legislative action. The hill to climb for those two things, for them to, and it wouldn't be them losing their job, it would be basically, I don't know if it would be drawing a new fire district, theirs, ours, whatever it is, you're still going to need the same amount of firefighters. So, the mass hysteria that we're going to need less firefighters or anything like that, I don't really buy into.
But Walton County does not.
What's that?
But Walton County does not need to think about that.
They don't.
Like if I work for Walton County, I'm not thinking about that ever. I'm not worried about 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. Like I don't have that problem going on. I'm not saying that there's a mass hysteria or that there should be, or people should constantly be worried about losing their job. Anywhere you work, you want to do your best. All those things are true.
I think that might be your perception, but I don't necessarily know that's the reality. I think South Walton might think that way, but the whole Walton County, there's South Walton and stuff like that. So I'm just saying there's a lot of protections for the firefighters. I want the information. I don't know if it's going to make sense or not until I get the information and we have all the relevant people look at it to see, does this make sense? Does this not make sense? So the whole thing for me has just been an information gathering thing. And I don't know who's saying it doesn't make sense, but there are fire departments in this country that are consolidating on multiple times a year. Chief, you were telling me where you came from. They consolidated into underneath the sheriff or whatnot, to a public safety officer. Was that down in wherever you were in Miami?
Miami-Dade County has a regional fire department for the full county, run by the county commission. Broward County has separate fires that are either run by the city or run by the Broward Sheriff's Office. There are other places that have public safety departments, which are combined police fire departments, but they're generally smaller, mid-sized.
Right, but I guess in our conversations is you have seen fire consolidation down south where you came from, so it's not like something that's out of the realm of possibility. We don't know because we don't have the information. Sure. I just would like to take a look at the information because for 40 plus years, everybody's been saying it's a good idea, then they can't do it, or now we don't want to do it because the personalities involved. I don't understand why we can't all get together and look at the relevant information and put it to bed, for good one way or another. I mean, it just seems like it's the logical thing to do.
To reach out to the legislature.
Absolutely.
Okay. Mr. Mead.
Why do we, and I'm asking, I'm not being negative, why do we think that a letter to our legislatures to say, we don't want to spend our money on a study, but we want you to find funds
to study a project of redistricting or redrawing our fire departments. Oh, and by the way, none of them want that. How do we, and I'm not being negative, how do we achieve that? I assume the only way to do that is to do our own study and spend our own money to say, this is proof and this is how you do it.
Well, that's the route I was trying to go. But it doesn't seem like we're going to be able to go that route. The Titan group pulled out. I'll be honest with you, I'm not a big fan of this. The other one that was, I guess, the winner last time. So, I mean, other than putting it back out to bed and doing the whole thing all over again, I mean, you know, there's more than one way to skin a cat. If we can send these letters out and nothing happens, guess what? We didn't lose anything. But if we can send these letters out and it gains us some movement, hey, we're in a better spot than we were before. So that's just kind of how my mind's working on it. And I'm not saying we're asking them to spend their money and us not to spend our money. It's us saying, hey, look, we're interested in this. It's sending it to your other fire departments around, because I know the fire department, one of the big things is if we're going to do Ocean City right, why don't we do Okaloosa Island? It's kind of putting everybody on notice, because I've had conversations with people in other fire departments around us, and you know, again, it's one of those things that you're not going to get somebody to come out and say, but they're saying it to me. So, you know, the more that we can push this down the road, the more we can put the spotlight on it, the more that we can get back to, all right, hey, maybe we should look at this, the closer that we're going to be. I'm not going to sit here and not do anything. I got to do something, and it's coming. We know, I know it's coming based off of all the conversations I've had, and I'm just not the type of person that's going to sit around and wait to keep kicking the can down the road till something happens one way or another. You know, I got up here to make decisions and, you know, push things down the line that could be better for the city. This could be, it could not be. I don't know. I haven't seen the data.
So based on that, what if it were that, and since we don't even know where the numbers came in, they're all sealed, they could be at 30,000, or they could be at 300,000. Maybe putting out an RFP instead of an RFQ. Not sure if...
An RFP, you would have unlimited discretion, basically.
Yeah. So maybe that would continue the push, asking, see if it works, and coming back with some hard numbers to see if it's attainable. I know
Real quick, when I told you about the RFP, Nicole, you probably are more familiar with the purchasing policy because I'm not with the city. Is there any requirement in the purchasing policy that this type of study has to be an RFQ as opposed to an RFP?
I mean, I'd have to get with my purchasing manager on that. I think it's the RFQ. Honestly, I don't know. I don't want to say something and be incorrect.
Right, and if they can't do an RFP though, you wouldn't run into this problem. You can, and you don't have to take the lowest bid number. It's basically all based on qualifications. You would see all the numbers. So, I mean, y'all could go that route if it's viable instead of an RFQ.
Because I think if you have that package, then that's what you can present down the road.
I'm open to doing it any other way than what we've done it so far. My suggestion was the letters. If that's not what we're talking about here, we want to do an RFQ, I mean, I would support it.
I'm saying you can do both at the same time.
Gotcha.
You can send the letter, and if 40 days later, 60 days later, nothing's happened, hopefully your RFQ will be back, or RFP will be back, and then you can make that decision then instead of starting that.
Gotcha.
Ms. Neighbors, do you have that clarification?
Oh, I was just talking to Daniel because
I thought he was giving you that.
Oh, well, it's kind of like his professional services. There's certain things that he knows more about, and this was kind of on that level. I would just have to go back to my purchasing manager and kind of ask about the purchasing policy. That's something about the way professional services are handled. But I don't have any.
I'm sorry, I just what I thought was.
I was trying to see if, yeah.
Mr. Walker, then Mr. Schmidt, then Mr. Berry.
I just heard some language tonight that I like. It's finding out how to best provide services. That's a great thought about it. It's not about money. And I'm not familiar with the state delegation and how all that works, but it makes sense to me that, you know, we let them know we're interested in finding out if they have an appetite for it. I think that's how we talk about it. And they may know some things going on at a state level that makes sense. I mean, I've just always approached it from, why do we not have one department? I mean, just one fire department for Okaloosa County Fire Department, EMS and all of that. It's always made sense to me that it would just be one. I understand the political fiefdoms now a little bit more, and understand why they might not want to be in there, but I'm in favor of a letter of inquiry or notice to the state delegation to let them know we would like input and guidance from them. And the RFP sounds like a great idea too.
Mr. Schmidt.
Just to be clear, the letter that I like what Travis said was not just to our state delegation, and you bring up a good point as far as running that RFP, running parallel with that letter, because currently the politics, the Ocean City Wright Fire Board and the island doesn't want it currently.
That's right.
But what we don't know is what other legislators, whether it's a city or at the county level, that may want it, and we haven't determined that. And if we get information or correspondence back from the municipalities or the counties that do support that, I think it gives some some information where everyone stands on it or where they don't stand on it, because we know very clearly where the Ocean City Wright Fire Board stands on it. They're not interested, respectfully so. And the island is not interested, respectfully so. It'd be interesting to hear back, because we've tried for it. 15, 20 years ago, we heard from Baxley recently that there was a study that the city and Ocean City Wright, I believe, were working on that was supported by the fire safety services to consolidate. Did y'all get that same interpretation? So the politics at that point was for fire programs to consolidate. We heard in the mid-90s, early 90s, the Chamber of Commerce as well, trying to evaluate and discover this. So here we are. Now the politics is Ocean City Wright doesn't want it, and Fort Walton, where years in the past they did. So that's always going to swing back and forth, but to kind of lean towards what Mr. Smith, the letter of multiple municipalities that are impacting the city of Fort Walton Beach. You got Cinco, you got Ocean City Wright connects a lot of municipalities besides just Fort Walton and Cinco Bayou in the county. So just wanted to kind of paint that picture that I like running that parallel, as well as what the need would be to ask, not just the state, but the other local leaders as well.
Thank you. Mr. Berry.
Well, I've talked to some of our congressmen about this. As far as money is concerned, if you're asking money from them, money is real short. I mean, and they've already had their meeting whenever we fill out the packet. I think that was up in Crestview a couple of weeks ago. And Manny says, I talked to Manny the other day, and he says, they don't want it. The fire departments don't want it. Walton County doesn't want it. South Walton County doesn't want it. I've talked to them also. They don't want to be consolidated. So we may be kicking the can down the road a little bit longer.
Thank you, ma'am. I've certainly said what I needed to say. Do we have anyone that wishes to make a motion to take any action on this item?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion for our city attorney and city manager to write, it can be email, correspondence, letter, I'm not really too concerned about that, to our municipal leaders and county leaders that are impacting or that are connected to fire services for the city of Fort Walton Beach, to get a response or to request a response.
I guess
You got to reject that RFQ first.
Okay.
Yeah, I can do that.
But you were going to say something?
I guess my question is back to the direction. Who specifically would we send these letters to? County commissioner level?
Yeah, so let's unpack that. You have Ocean City Wright and the island and the city of Fort Walton Beach that provide services.
Maybe they're board members?
Well, not just the fire board, but the fire services. We already know where they stand, but you have multiple municipalities. You have the county who has jurisdiction over the island. And again, I understand the state has jurisdiction over special fire districts. But you got the county, you got Cinco Bayou, you have Mary Esther, Of course, you have the city of Fort Walton Beach, and I think that covers every municipality and county. Go ahead.
So all municipalities, county government, and any of the district boards?
Right, where Ocean City Wright and the Island and the city of Fort Walton Beach, the Ocean City Wright Fire District, the Island Fire District, and the city of Fort Walton Beach, all three provide fire services for the residents of Fort Walton. Those legislative leaders of those different areas, what their appetite is, while also running, if we need to reject the RFQ, we can do that, but also running parallel the RFP process.
So go out for bid for
But
another RFP.
first we have to make a motion to,
Yeah,
to
we'll
reject
get
it.
there. I'm just trying to figure out where we're going. And then these letters can be formulated, I can do that with Kim or Jeff, either way. We can prepare that and get a list together of different, for your approval, for which municipalities and which legislators would be interested in accepting one of these letters, which is fine. Sure.
I have a
Is that, am I
That's
free
it.
right on?
That's it.
So that's the motion. Do we have a second?
We got to make the
First,
motion to
yeah,
reject all.
Yeah,
Just
make a reject.
It included the rejection? Did it include the rejection?
You can amend the motion.
Yeah, and the amendment to include rejecting the current bids.
Correct.
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilman Schmidt, which has been fleshed out by Mr. Reeves,
Got it.
and seconded by Mr. Smith. Any further conversation?
Yeah, the RFP, I'm just trying to give some clarity to staff because I'm trying to wrap my head around all this too. You know, at the end of the day, I'm trying to answer the question, what's the best way to provide fire services? I like the concept that I think I heard of running it parallel with the RFP. Is there anything that needs to be baked into the motion for that RFP on what we're asking for?
Let's do that as a second. I'm not trying to like tell you how to do it.
That's why I'm
For
asking
a
those
clear
questions.
record, why don't y'all vote on the motion you just made? Then if you want to make a second motion, then after, if that passes, then make a second motion on the RFP
All right.
discussion.
Okay. So we have a motion to reject the bids. All right.
And send letters out to all the enumerated.
Okay, let's stop there.
Okay, any further discussion on that, Mr. Barrett?
I have a real question.
Sure,
How
go
about
for
that?
it. Yeah, let's do it.
If I remember correctly, Cinco Bio, did we not agree to provide water and sewer perpetuity? Did we also state fire protection also?
No, Cinco gets the fire, I believe, for Ocean City, right?
Ocean City, right? Okay, but we still provide the water and sewer. I thought it, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Barry. Anyone else? Seeing none, please vote. And it does pass 6-1.
All right, the RFP, you want to run that separately?
Yeah, if you want to discuss it first, then make a motion on it, or you just want to, I mean, I don't know how you want to word your motion necessarily, but you should probably make a separate motion now. So.
Make a motion to start the RFP process to include proposals, and again, hopefully a second to start conversation, but to proposal to provide fire services, or a proposal to study the fire services, or what's the best way to provide fire services for the residents of Fort Walton Beach. But I need help kind of drilling this down a little bit.
Do you want to
because
kind of maybe basically
I like
use-
the concept of things running parallel, but it's new information about us being able to do that RFP.
Do you want to maybe word the motion to issue an RFP with the same scope that you used last time for the RFQ? And then that, when you get all the responses, that next time, you'll have an RFP in front of you, so you can actually, you don't have to worry about them being sealed. You can actually look at the, once staff gets them and receives them and opens them all at once, then they get forwarded to you, you can look at them at that time. So maybe, I don't remember what the scope was the first time on your, so the easiest thing to do, I would say, is use that same scope from the RFQ that y'all are rejecting now, instead of making an RFP.
RFP, I like that, and that's what kind of the guidance I needed, was trying to nail this down at 10 o'clock at night.
Second?
Yes, yeah.
Are you done?
Yeah,
Second?
yeah.
For discussion?
We have a motion by Mr. Schmidt, second by Mr. Walker.
And with one caveat, it's probably not prohibited, I'm guessing in the purchasing policy, but if it is, if it's allowable, if it's not, then we'll have to let you know that we
For sure.
can't do it.
For sure. Yeah, the concept seems attractive. If it's allowable, great. If not, let us know.
Anyone else wish to comment? Mr. Smith?
I personally, and I don't know how we would handle this with the way that this is going to go down, I would personally like, and I don't assume we can have 2 or 3 or 4 of them here, but I would like to speak to, or, you know, on the RFQ, we were, or on the other RFP, we were requiring whoever the
Come and present.
selected
You're coming.
business or bidder was to present. I would like to talk to Zoom physically here, you know, for them to have a representative present would be.
For whoever we pick to bring to you guys.
And put that in the RFP.
Yeah, they were gonna-
They
yeah,
were
they
going
were
to be
gonna
in
come.
person. AP Triton was definitely.
And before they.
Or you want the flexibility to allow them to appear virtually too, I guess, because you at least want to talk.
Yeah, whether they're virtually or whether they're here physically, either one. I mean, I would like to ask them some questions.
Just in case they're
Wasn't
not
that a
local.
requirement of the RFQ too?
It was, but obviously they backed out, so we didn't have anybody here, so.
I mean, but his RFP request will mirror the RFQ request, which was to have a representative here upon presentation or upon award. I mean, you don't award on RFP, do you?
You
Yeah.
pick the winning.
Okay, gotcha.
And they're not a bidder technically.
Right.
Any further comments on this? I will add, because I'm voting no, and I like to typically at least say the reason I'm voting no when I'm voting no for something. I once again feel that we're finding a problem where none exists. We're once again trying to force a square peg into a round hole. We are trying to bring together people that do not wish to be together, and we are doing it for reasons that we just believe there could be something there. So I will not support this motion. Anyone else? Please vote. And it does pass 6-1. All right, we luckily, thanks to Councilman Schmidt, already moved past item 11.6. Because we were about to start that one right now. On that.
We tried to get through it.
No, that's what I'm saying. Thank God for you. We move on now to item 12.1, city manager reports.
I will be brief, Mayor. Day 2 is complete. Thank you for that. I really appreciate your trust. I work for you guys. Nothing says I have to agree or disagree with you, and I don't. They're all good. They're all good, and we'll try to make them all happen. I think you guys know the status of most of the projects. If you have, they're moving forward. Between Danny and Tiffany, they have kind of taken over where Jeff was kind of managing. I haven't gotten in the middle of that too much yet. I've been more concerned about this agenda and make sure you guys are covered.
Which project are you talking about?
In general, we've got a few projects, Parks and Rec and running, and obviously Danny's got some stuff that he's working on, lift stations and different things. But I've been kind of focused on more of this side, administrative side of it for you guys at first, just the first couple of days. So this next part of the week will be, I'm actually going to the departments and meeting with some of the people and just talking with staff and making sure they're all good and everything's going forward. I'm available to you. Again, I appreciate your confidence. I'm trying to do the best I can for you. And if you need me, I'm in the office. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's one of the most important things. We have been working on workshops like we talked about a little bit earlier. We are going to do a 4 o'clock, if it's okay with you guys, for the February the 11th?
The 11th.
February the 11th meeting. We want to meet here at 4 o'clock and give you that first big bite at a little help for us interpreting how we're going to really make some decisions on applying, not only for this first year and this first cycle or two, give us some directions because we've identified some problems that we really do have with compliance, and we'll do your will on that, but we need to let you know that where we really are struggling, and Nicole and I are going to kind of whiteboard some of the issues that we really are, we don't know what to do with. And some of them come with unfilled positions, some of them come with the 11% on the health insurance this side this year. And then there's a few what ifs in there. How do we handle things that, like in Parks and Rec, like we talked about earlier, it's covered by fees and stuff or whatever. So those are some of the things, but we'll have a big list for you. We wanted to do that so that we don't have a huge agenda that we're faced with and there's not a stopping point, because we know it could go on and on and on. We could all talk for a long time on it. So we thought we'd do a 2-hour workshop. I know a lot of people have a hard time getting here at 4 o'clock, but this is really, we're going to try to do their will. They already told us what they wanted to do. I don't know necessarily, they can all come, I welcome everyone, but we need input from you guys, and we don't want to do it at 12 o'clock at night. So again, we want to try to narrow that down a little bit. So we thought we'd do 2 hours, see how that goes. We can schedule another one maybe at 5 o'clock the next time if we begin to have, some success at where we think we need to go. That's it tonight for me.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys.
Mr. Burns, your turn, please.
And so besides the report that's in there, just the update on the cases for the month, I know earlier I indicated that I could get that injunction case filed or ready to go by the next council meeting. I was informed by the city clerk that I have to have everything ready for the agenda by next Tuesday, Wednesday timeframe. Mr. Mead will back me up on this. I want to make sure this complaint is drafted the correct way for that issue that was covered earlier. I'll have probably a draft, or at least an outline of what it'll look like for you to consider at the next meeting, so you know, and the public knows going forward. I'm not going to have the final draft ready by next Tuesday or Wednesday to get submitted to council. So it'll probably, as long as y'all know what's going to be filed, y'all can authorize the lawsuit then at the next meeting. Then I can have it filed in a week or two after that. So just so you know, I don't want y'all to expect the final, 30-page long complaint with attachments to be ready by, because I'd have to have it ready by next Tuesday. That's when it's a little quick turnaround.
Understandable. Anybody questions for Mr. Burns? All right, we move on to the final one, which is Mayor Council comments. I would just say to Mr. Reeves, welcome. I did appreciate the conversation that we had just the other day, and I appreciate you being so willing with your time to step into the role. And I also will say in public what I said to you in private, which is I appreciate your positive attitude. I've talked to 2 different employees that work for the city who shall remain nameless, but obviously they know who they are. And they've both said that you have been very positive, very helpful, and very on the ball. So I do appreciate you stepping in and doing this with your time, and I look forward to that continuing on. Ms. DeBerry, you are second.
Yes, again, I say the same thing, Dennis. I really appreciate you coming in and stepping in and helping us, and again, the positive attitude too. And I wanted to say thank you to the garbage people. They're winners, and the trash, even with the snow, they didn't pick it up during the snow, and I understand that, but let me tell you, they are always out there, even holidays and all that, so please, Daniel, tell your people thank you, and I'll buy pizza one day.
It's a lot of pizza, Mr. Barrett.
Yeah, lots of pizza.
Mr. Jeter.
Nothing tonight.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Mead.
Thank you for being here. When I met with the gentleman who's going to be looking for the new city manager, I said, find somebody like Mr. Reeves. People trust him. Everybody knows him. Everybody likes him. And I know that you'll create a good environment with the city. So thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Also, I'll be quick. Also, I was trying to describe the makeup of city council that we have. We have late meetings. We have long meetings. We talk. And he agreed after the vote is done, it's nice that we can move on to the next subject. We're seldom on the same page, but it's nice to be able to have the interaction and it be professional. So hopefully the prospective city managers will see that they have a board that will actually interact and give feedback and thought. So it's a good process. Glad to be a part of it.
Agree wholeheartedly. Mr. Schmidt.
Yeah, I also want to say thanks, Dennis. I mean, even since before your contract was effective, we've discussed things multiple times, been very accessible, and to kind of echo what Ms. Alagoto said, hearing a lot of positive things from staff as well. Want to highlight, I know we're in this campaign season, the county growth management did a phenomenal job during the countywide elections. I just want to make sure, I know we have statutes and things that our growth management will be following, but I'm already seeing signs in Ferry Park. I'm already seeing signs up Brook Street. And there's a law that they're violating. And some people have run this position or run for this position multiple times, then they know they're violating the law and they play the game, they got 10 days to move it. With that being said, if this starts the clock, or do what you think is best, staff, to notify those candidates of those signs that are in Ferry Park and up Brook Street and other areas that are in the right of way, that hopefully we can uphold the law and the standard of that. That's all I got tonight, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Smith.
I actually want to thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate you allowing the people the chance to have a discussion, even though that I believe that we knew it was a misunderstanding up front, and we kind of, seemed like to me we're all on the same page, and we knew where we were going to be at before it even started. So I appreciate that, because being on the other side and having a different experience, 6 years ago, the more and open and honest conversations that we can have in here, I think is we're all better off. I know it's 10:30 at night and stuff like that, but I mean, it truly is the right thing to do, and I greatly appreciate it. I appreciated everybody coming in tonight. Hopefully they can be a little bit more engaged and see what happened here tonight and feel more comfortable about contacting us. I got a stable of people that I interact with prior to meetings. I don't think I saw any of them in here tonight, so the more people that get on that list that can be emailing us and giving their opinions, I think the better that we can direct and drive this city towards the direction of their expectation. So that's all that I have.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Walker, less than 38 minutes.
Ditto there to you as well. Thank you for encouraging that. I think we learned a great lesson that if we want a big turnout, let's just put moorings on the agenda for the other large items and then not move it. So they have to listen to the other stuff as well. So thank you for that. Dennis, thank you and congratulations. Look forward to working with you, and not surprised to hear all of the love that's being shared there on you. We appreciate you. And just looking here at the monthly city manager report, and I know that Mr. Peters was a large part of it, and just the accomplishments of the staff, everything that was checked off there is a huge accomplishment, and look forward to.
Jeff was really instrumental in a lot of that.
Absolutely.
We really have lost a lot, unfortunately, but, fortunately he's still at the county level, but, the more I'm here, I realize, gosh, he really did do quite a bit.
Yeah.
More than I thought. Yeah.
You're like, now he's wanting to renegotiate up. He's like, well, thank you for your service, and that's all for me, Mr. Mayor.
Before we adjourn, Mr. Mead, as well.
Something, I don't know which signs you're talking about, but I remember when I first ran for city council, I pulled in to vote, and there was a fire truck with firemen holding signs for the person I was running against on city property. That hurt on many levels. And fast forwarding to the last election, I asked about signs that were on city property because it didn't seem appropriate to me. I don't even remember if they were for city or not, but the tone of the city was, we just don't mess with those. Well, I don't think that should. We have codes, we have rules. If they're not following the rules, whatever that may be, if you're looking for consensus, I agree with you. The incumbents have to follow the rules.
Well, the policy used to be back years ago, before I ran, was that they would, those are basically campaign type signs that, we all have used. The policy back then was that code enforcement, which would be Chris's people, would gather those signs and they would be put behind their office upside down, just with the stands on up. And if there was a question from a candidate, they would say, well, they were improperly placed on city property, and if you'd like to pick them up and reuse them, we didn't destroy the signs. They were just put at City Hall. Again, I would look to your direction. I definitely could listen to his people because they're out every day.
That's it. I think we just need to empower our staff.
We're not looking to damage their signs or anything, but if they're on our property, if somebody put one in your front yard, you would not do it. So I would, if that's your direction, we'll definitely have Mr. Fazzetti's team.
And my understanding that's still
they're out there every day.
My understanding that's still the law and still the policy. I think to dive in the weeds, what we need to do is continue to empower Park and Rec staff or growth management, whoever, when they pass those signs, that they got staff leadership's full support.
That's right.
To pick those up, where, and rightfully so, they're busy going into their different task list of fixing potholes and doing different things. So picking up signs isn't their main priority.
Well, but I don't think that's-
empowering them and letting them know that
I don't
it's the
think
law.
that that's not in their purview either. You know, if there's pressure washing signs all over town, I would hope that they would gather some of those as well. So,
That's it.
I just kind of need to know that that's your kind of group's consensus, and you're okay with that.
I would be 100% for it, provided that we affect everyone the same.
Absolutely.
Oh, no
matter what.
It's
And we're very-
unilateral across the board, right? I agree 100% with you.
Says the guy that doesn't have to put signs up.
That's what I was thinking. No, but look, as long as we're doing it for everybody just the same way, that's the policy that I.
We heard you.
And I would agree, because you know, years ago I asked that same question. And at the time I received a very different answer. While it is the statute or the ordinance or whatever that we remove the signs, in this case with a political thing, we just let them
Well,
go.
it'll be, well, how long ago was how they used to do it years ago? Like I said, even before I came on, so 20 years ago, they would put them upside down, they'd be behind growth management on the back, so if a candidate said, hey, a bunch of my signs are missing, they could check there. You know, that means if they blanketed the landing with them, or they were, you know, on city property, they would just put them there for them, hey, they were placed on our property, and you know, we don't give permission to campaign people to do that anyway. So. But if you have questions, you'll know that's what the policy is, I think should be, is behind Chris's office, upside down, waiting for him to check them out.
What's wrong?
Perfect. All right. Anybody else? We're adjourned.
Motion.